Afadhali mzee ambaye ni mtulivu, ambaye hana haja ya kujaza mifuko yake, ambaye atachunga masilahi ya watu yake, badala ya mdomo tamtamu 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 tamtamu. Lakini akiingia ni wale wa kufanya moja yako, nusu ya mwananchi, mbili yako na tano yangu, na mnawajua nyinyi mna.
Mimi naona hii maendeleo, anasema iko maendeleo, hakuna maendeleo. Maendeleo ya nini? Ya matope. Maendeleo ya matope kama maya.
Kwenda kabisa, kwani lazima. Enda, tara twende.
Wakenya mkoja. Hata siwezi karanga. Uwe hae, magala magala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama. Nitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Nitasimama maovu ya kitawala. Ukizani ubinafsi ukabila.
Jared and we'll be waiting for Rose Ngoge, Daktari, and Charles Hinga. May I kindly ask the panelists to mute, please? Thank you.
Interesting way to say good morning.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's NCBA Economic Forum. We will be beginning in the next 5 minutes, so stay tuned. A very good warm, it's not a warm morning, it's actually a cold morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's now 8:05. We have just over 210 participants, and we will be starting the session. If I could have all my panelists, cameras on. Good morning, Mr. Rasmussen. Once again, Mr. Jared Osoro, Dr. Wagasha. I think we are also joined by Dr. Rose Ngoge. Mr. Gashora has joined us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second NCBA Economic Forum for this year, themed Kenya Economic Update 2022, Uncertainty Trinity. My name is Jackie. I'm the Deputy Director and Head of Brands at NCBA, and I'll be guiding the program this morning. Once again, I'd like to thank you for joining us on this call to steer today's conversation, which is centered on Kenya Economic Update 2022. We are delighted to be joined by a distinguished panel of guests who will help us navigate the theme. I am expecting to have Mr. Charles Hinga Mwaura, who's the Principal Secretary, State Department of Housing and Urban Development in the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, of course, Kenya Republic. He should be joining us. If he's not yet on the call, he will be giving us the keynote address. We are also joined by Mr. Tobias Rasmussen, Resident Representative, IMF Office in Kenya. Welcome, Mr. Rasmussen. We are joined by Dr. Rose Ngoge, Executive Director, Kenya Institute of Public Policy Research and Analysis, that is KIPRA. Welcome, Dr. Rose Ngoge. We are also joined by Mr. Jared Osoro, a consultant in the financial markets. Welcome, Mr. Osoro. And last but not least, we are joined by Dr. Mbui Wagasha, a consultant economist. Now, those will be our external guests, and from within the bank, we have our Group Managing Director, Mr. John Gashora, who will be leading this conversation today. We also have Mr. John Okulo, our Group Director, Corporate Banking, and our Chief Economist, Mr. Raphael Adil. Now, it gives me great pleasure to invite our Group Managing Director, who will give his opening remarks. And thereafter, he will invite our keynote speaker, who's PS Hinga. If PS Hinga is not in the house, we will review and probably go straight to the discussions and then come back and get the keynote address. Mr. Gashora, the floor is now yours. Mr. Gashora, you're on mute. Kindly unmute. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jackie, and good morning, everyone. Our distinguished speakers, Mr. Charles Hinga will hopefully be joining us shortly. Mr. Tobias Rasmussen, the IMF Resident Representative for Kenya. Dr. Mbui Wagasha, a very good friend of NCBA, consulting economist, and formerly Chairman Board of the Central Bank and Economic Advisor to the President. Dr. Rose Ngoge, Executive Director at KIPRA, and my friend, Mr. Jared Osoro, Economic Advisor with FSD Africa. And all the partners on the call, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, again, a very good morning to you all. I want to thank you for joining us on this platform, for your invaluable time and certainly your invaluable partnerships over a long period. This is our 8th Economic Forum as NCBA. And personally, and I hope for everybody, I find this, I look forward to engagements here, and I find this engagement together how we collectively shape our thinking and inform the critical decisions we all have to make in our respective businesses, very, very insightful. For those here today, you'll appreciate that the economic and business landscape continues to evolve rather fluidly. Every day, we as a nation, as businesses, and indeed at the household level, continue to confront the uncertainty of radical proportions. So much so that even historical data can hardly provide a useful guide to the future. To be sure, in November of last year, when we published our economic outlook for 2022, the world was on course for strong, albeit uneven recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. This was on the back of widespread vaccinations and the unprecedented support from governments, as well as intervention by central banks. In fact, consensus estimates pointed to a global growth rate of about 4.5% for 2022. Just 6 months later, growth prospects have weakened dramatically, buffeted by a myriad of powerful and interconnected shocks. The war in Russia has added a significant premium to commodity prices, which have turned up upward pressure on inflation and indeed accelerated the necessity for financial tightening by central banks. Additionally, as the crisis in Eastern Europe continues to shake up the global political order, shocks to globalization are having profound implications for global supply chains. As a result, global output growth is up to just about 3%. That is 1.5 percentage points downgrade from the earlier projections of 4.5%. At the same time, global inflation has surged to record highs, with little signs of abating. As a result, policymakers are rushing to regain control of the narrative, given its impact on the purchasing power of consumers and especially on the poor. So far, we have seen aggressive action by central banks, led by the US Fed, which has so far raised interest rates by 125 basis points, and on a forward guidance basis, has primed the markets for further 200 basis points rise in the balance of this year. Globally, so far, over 45 countries have raised interest rates in the last 3 months alone. Admittedly, we appreciate that the battle for price stability will be a challenging one for central banks, given that the bulk of the shock are supply-driven. Furthermore, growing comparisons with the hyperinflation era of the 70s will continue to de-anchor expectations with a not necessarily positive feedback loop to consumer behavior. Central banks have to carefully choreograph the response to avoid tipping their economies back to recession. Indeed, the effects of the war in Russia are disproportionate, with the brunt being borne by Europe due to its proximity and reliance on Russia and Ukraine for food and energy. For emerging and developing economies, however, overlapping shocks from the war are sapping steam of the earlier recovery. External demand is slowing with a surge in inflation and tightening credit markets. Moreover, efforts to contain inflation are destabilizing credit markets, raising premiums on emerging market debt, increasing debt service costs, and tightening record capital flights. Similarly, inflation is also rising on the back of high food energy costs. In response to the confluence of shocks, as I already alluded to, central banks are raising interest rates. Indeed, the combination of higher local interest rates and inaccessible external markets could significantly hurt business investments. This comes against a backdrop of markedly weakened public sector balance sheets following the record COVID-19 interventions. Back home, the economy has continued to reflect intrinsic vigor as businesses and consumer activity bounce back from the pandemic. Consumers continue to demonstrate some resilience, even as decent public spending continues to anchor domestic demand. We are, of course, not immune to the emerging shocks. The Russia and Ukraine war has aggravated food security concerns in the country, shored up energy and transport costs, thereby hurting industrial activity, tighten credit markets in a way that could slow down business investments, while the external sector continues to be markedly weak. At the same time, although we are optimistic of a peaceful conclusion to the upcoming general election, the event risk is further aggravating the premium from these emerging shocks. Furthermore, agriculture, the biggest contributor to GDP, remains under pressure from climate change-related shocks. As a result, we now revise our projections for economic growth to 4.9% in 2022 from our November 2021 projection of 5.2%. While the third quarter may face the biggest hit due to a combination of election lull and the full effect of these external shocks, our expectations of the final quarter remains quite optimistic, buoyed by the prospect of a trend reversal in business investments from the much expected transition dividends. However, inflation, which has significantly deviated from our earlier projections and is becoming intractable, remains one of our biggest concerns at the moment. The sharp rise in the cost of living comes at a time when the government's ability to provide any meaningful cushion is markedly limited. We appreciate that the fiscal position has been improving in recent months, with very encouraging headlines from the Revenue Authority. However, we see increased risks to this sound performance as risks to revenue performance materialize on the back of slower growth as well as rising spending pressures. Meanwhile, external markets are growing increasingly inaccessible. As you may be aware, and it has been made public, the government has tentatively shelved the earlier planned new Eurobond this fiscal year due to the developments in international debt markets. The government therefore faces an increased risk of either scaling down on expenditure or borrowing more locally, further crowding out the private sector. In fact, we believe that prolonged shocks may necessitate another round of debt relief clamors for the region in order to alleviate the debt sustainability concerns. In this regard, I am quite glad we have the IMF country representative, Mr. Tobias Rasmussen, with us today to share with us his thoughts on this and the fiscal challenges for regional economies more broadly. All said, navigating these fast evolving uncertainties and new mutations in operating environment undoubtedly requires thought, reflection, and ever closer deliberations. Accordingly, and by design, this forum is a primary thought leadership platform meant to facilitate these insightful conversations between ourselves, the private sector, civil society, policy practitioners, and public sector. This forum is also one of the vessels through which we provide constant feedback to government as we collectively craft smarter policies for our shared prosperity. And as I conclude my remarks, obviously I have not mentioned the dollar situation in the country. And I presume that's one of the questions that our panelists will have to address. But what I'd ask those attending this forum is to please listen to the experts on these matters. There has been a lot of talk about the causes and the solutions to the dollar, what I call the supply gap of the dollar. But I do want to assure you that the central bank and indeed the markets are seized with this issue. And indeed, many solutions do exist. And I'm sure our regulators and others are thinking through them. So with those few remarks and noting that our keynote speaker has not checked in yet, I want to turn it back to Jackie Muhachi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gashora, for that. We will now have a presentation from our in-house team led by Rafael Agung. Rafael, the floor is yours.
Morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. Thanks, John, for your leadership. Thank you too for that wonderful overview that captures our thematic focus, if you will, that informs the downgrade on the growth focus that you've just announced. Thanks to everyone on the panel. Dr. Ngugi, very pleased to see you again. Mr. Tobias Rasmussen, thanks for gracing us this morning. Jared, and of course, Dr. Wagasha, our good friend, thank you all for joining. What I'll do is just to try and provide a very quick lead to most of what John has said. As I said, John did provide an outline of our thoughts at this time. We last spoke to you regarding the economic outlook in November. And as John did state, at the time, we were very optimistic. We still are, although we are on a revised basis. We were very optimistic about 2022 outlook, primarily because of developments on the vaccination front, but also just a return of services, which had prior to and during the pandemic been waylaid. Hopefully, and we've seen throughout the year to this point, the pandemic has more or less behaved, excuse my language, although we have seen the last couple of weeks a recent surge. Primarily, it seems like the public health side is dealing with it in a much more better way than we've seen before. Of course, that doesn't negate the necessity to continue driving that public health priority with regards to just elevated expenditures on that side, but more important, ensuring that the adult population in the country is all vaccinated, because that indeed will be the only inoculation away from the risks from the pandemic. Now, at the one level, and John's commentary was pretty clear on this, most of the risks since November are coming from the external side. So, of course, in February, we did have Russia and Ukraine. Putin's aggression on that front has deflated what we had seen as post-pandemic economic recovery. At a global level, the consensus focus were projecting about 4.6% growth, as was mentioned already. Those forecasts now on a consensus basis have dropped about 150 basis points. So at the global level, we are looking at a global growth number of just slightly over 3%, potentially lower, primarily because the Russia-Ukraine war has aggravated incipient risks that were running throughout the pandemic, but also just traditional vulnerabilities that we've seen in global macros more pointedly. With regard to the war, I think the channel through which it's affecting the global economy and even domestic economies more directly is the risk premium that is adding on to commodity prices. Of course, high commodity prices are turning up pressure on inflation, as John also mentioned. That pressure on inflation, of course, necessitates a policy response. Counter-cyclically, the policy response you've seen there would be tightening of monetary policy, and indeed, all global central banks have commenced, of course, led by the Fed, 75 basis points just last week. We've seen a similar action from the Bank of England. And most certainly, I think the ECB has already promised that at their July meeting, they will obviously commence their tightening cycle. That tightening phase, of course, raises the constellation of what we see as shocks to our domestic economy. So if you come to the emerging market, developing market space, which is where we likely sit, there's a constellation of shocks as illustrated by that chart on my left. We're not only seeing high and rising domestic inflation. In the Kenyan case, we're just shy of the upper band of 7.5. I think if you saw the May numbers, and this has been commented on more topically in the last 2 weeks, you're seeing high and rising domestic inflation. Globally, you've seen a dollar strength across the board that has implications for emerging markets and developed markets. Of course, as John mentioned in the last commentary, the currency situation is topical, and I'm sure some of our panelists will want to delve into that. We've also seen more broadly global risk aversion and capital reversal expectedly. I mean, if you go back to almost a decade the world running zero interest rate policy with some additional raises from the Fed now at 1.5 in terms of the Fed target rate, that sort of yield vanish is driving some sort of risk aversion and reversal of capital. So that threatens currencies domestically, just as was pointed out earlier. We've also seen, of course, one of the key legacies of the pandemic is high public debt levels. We've had to, of course, get into necessary spending in order to shore up on the social side and save lives. So most of our economies, including Kenya, have ended up with very high and elevated debt costs and still rising debt servicing costs. Of course, the currency situation only makes that much more difficult. So in point of view, of course, external markets have tightened, domestic markets are reeling from the same. And if you come more directly to Kenya, just on the next slide, we are seeing, although pandemic risks have sort of behaved, to use that word again, sound domestic spending has sort of necessitated some meaningful economic recovery. So if you see the rebound for 2021, whilst we had projected only 6.5, the economy did turn out much stronger than that by about 100 basis points to about 7.5. Largely on a return of services. Traditional agriculture actually did contract, but what we saw was almost 50% return of services, including industries, powered dramatic growth to about 7.5. What we then saw is that intrinsic momentum we've seen at least on a leading indicator basis for Q1 and partially Q2, which is still unraveling. We've seen that intrinsic strength powering some meaningful positive growth. However, the risks that I was alluding to just a minute ago coming from the external side perils the more or less stronger growth of the type that we saw in 2020. And on that basis, that's why, as John disclosed, our projections now are revised lower from just 5.2 in November to 4.9. Now, the thing to point out is the quality of this growth will remain a concern because obviously there are those who question Kenya's development path more directly, especially because prior to the pandemic, a significant component of that growth is public sector led. And there are concerns there. I'm sure we'll get more into that. But the external side now is firming up a downside risk, as we pointed out in November. I think if you look at our domestic inflation numbers that were just released, we see a potential breach of the 7.5 band that's been statutorily established. But more directly also, as you did see policy response from the Monetary Policy Committee already, with a 50 basis point rise on the central bank rate, I think they're trying to run ahead of that. There's a question of whether they're already late, but I think to the extent that we've seen that policy response, that attention to inflation cannot be gainsaid. I think they need to focus on that because that has every direct bearing to livelihoods, especially high cost of living. And since we're in the political season, I think you've seen this becoming even more topical by the day. I know that we have Jared from the credit market side. So we'll probably see some of his thoughts on the credit market outlook generally, but it's good to point out that on a positive note, extension of private to the credit sector has been impressive. I think just over 11% by the last numbers we saw from the central bank. But given just the changing external environment that has direct implications to the domestic space, we are also seeing potential risk there of that reversing. Next. The priority, of course, we all knew even at the beginning of the year, and we are on an IMF program, so we are glad to have top bears here. But the policy priority has always been to consolidate fiscal balance, because if you take away the new risks emerging from that geopolitical narrative that we are providing, the traditional debt vulnerability risks is what was beleaguering our growth outlook. So even at the 5.2% projection in November, we were mindful that debt vulnerabilities was a threat to that outlook. And so to that extent, we have seen very positive numbers from the Kenya Revenue Authority. I think revenues are up probably almost 15% higher than target, and I think they're on course to meet at least this fiscal year's estimates or targets, as it were, making it at least possible for us to keep to the consolidation path as outlined in that chart, and that debt to GDP ratios be brought back from the current almost 70% down to somewhere about 62 or thereabout, which would be reasonable, at least from a risk management perspective. So the upshot is that, yes, we are having growth. The fiscal strategy to this point had sort of incorporated, of course, understandably, some form of external borrowing in a very responsible mix, of course, very fidel to the consolidation path to ensure that at least we don't crowd out the domestic private sector. But we've seen that challenge coming from the external side. Tighter external markets is making it much more difficult for that component in the fiscal strategy of accessing international finance for our development priorities. And I think to that extent, of course, you'll have more pointed pressure on interest rates. And so we'd have that, of course, to bear in mind. All those pair up to drive our revised expectations. And finally, of course, we also did point out as a risk to our outlook in November, the event risk. We have a nuanced sort of assessment of this risk. I know most of the commentary that you listen to are by definition almost congenitally negative about Kenya's electoral prospects. We take the view that we've seen significant positivity in our electoral politics, but more importantly, the institutional mechanisms that govern our transition moments. So more pointedly for us, if you look back to the recent election, first is to point out that we've had regular and scheduled elections throughout our political history. Yes, those elections have at times been, as elections normally are, very competitive and have been ridden with some challenges, more pointed 2007, but also the 2017 case, there was a disputed election. What we did see though, and this is an important point, I'm saying this advisedly, the judiciary or the institutional mechanism came through very strongly and arbitrated that electoral dispute, whereas sitting president did concede and respected the ruling of the courts. Our view is that that speaks to institutional strength, and that strength, of course, should at least knock off some of the negative political risk assessment that comes with the event in August, or elections as it were. So whilst we agree that, yes, there will be some slowdown in the election period, so we've noted this in terms of just business activity or investment, we do think, though, that a more reasonable and nuanced assessment of that risk outlook should actually come out positive. And in fact, our baseline estimates project or expect transition dividends thereafter. That's why we are very sanguine about Q4 performance. So yes, that risk outlook is there, but we think that that nuance needs to be at least paid attention to if the focus that we make are to make any meaningful sense. And then finally, of course, and John did eloquently touch on this, I think on the currency, I think if you just move to the final one, because this was spoken to, the key risk now to the outlook is on the currency, all right? So as John already said, we do have a situation where the ongoing macroeconomic shock has sort of occasioned a traditional balance of payment mini crisis, if you will. And that is putting significant pressure on the exchange rate. So we've seen, and I like John's caption of this, we've seen a supply gap, supply and demand is not clearing as efficiently as an efficient market microstructure would allow. And so in instances of those cases, you've seen sometimes misreporting or exaggerated imbalances on the currency's direction. Now, we do think that just the reality of the ensuing shock drives some pressure on the currency. We know that we run an open capital account, and that, of course, of necessity means that the currency ought to recalibrate to balance all these factors that we mentioned. And so some flexibility on the exchange rate will be necessary in order to rebalance things. And I think to the extent that that's being attended to, we are grateful for that. So that really is the broad overview of our thoughts at this moment. Our growth number is at 4.9 for 2022 on account of those variables that we've put forward. We still think that given where we are coming from, if you juxtapose just back to 2019, that positivity of about 4.9, however lower than 5.2, is still something that's remarkable given the challenges that there are. We do point out, though, that the political conversation aside, it's very, very important that we pay attention to the public health side more continually. I think there is sometimes a tendency to forget just because we're not seeing infection rates to forget, but that risk will stay with us for a duration. I think it's important to pay attention to that. So that really is our thoughts as NCBA. And I don't know if the permanent secretary is on call, otherwise I'll take it back to John, who's the host, if PS Hingar is on call.
If the PS is not panel, so what I'll propose we do, Raphael, is we go straight into the panel discussion, and when this PS joins, we will then give Mr. Gashora the opportunity to welcome him for the keynote address. We are just at over 490 participants, so thank you all who have joined. Raphael, you may take us to the panel discussion.
Well, thank you very much. I think this is the more interesting part. Away from our views, we are joined by a distinguished cast, as has already been introduced. I'm very pleased that Dr. Ngugi, who just concluded a very successful regional conference at Kipra, is with us. And I'm conscious that she's actually gonna have to leave for another engagement. So I'll probably go with that first, but also we have Tobias who will make a few opening remarks based on his assessment and official capacity as the resident representative of IMF, and then we'll move that way. So I'll probably give Dr. Ngugi the first shot at it. Dr. Ngugi. I think you could be on mute.
Yeah, I think I have unmuted now. You can hear
yes,
me.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, so thanks very much for inviting me to this forum. I want to appreciate NCBA for giving us this opportunity to join the discussion, which means that it's a continuation for us on the conference that we had last week. Yeah, I know Raphael has indicated quite a number of issues of what is happening, but with your permission, I would have wanted to just give just a small presentation just to jog our minds going forward without repeating what Raphael has given us. Let me see where this is. Is that feasible?
Yes, we can see it. Thanks.
Is it at the top? Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I just have a few slides, and this is just to complement what Raphael has given us. And I know I shared some of them during our conference last week. First is to think about what is it that goes on as far as the growth path is concerned. And if you look at the growth rate for Kenya over the years, what you'll notice is that we've had, or we come with a lot of bumps. And each time we have a bump, we find a spike actually happening almost immediately. And that's the same thing that we are having now. And these bumps, either they come because it's election period, or because we have an exogenous shock from outside, or it's because of the weather conditions. And if you look at very recently, as also Raphael has indicated, you'll notice that if one takes the quarterly GDP for 2018-2019, you see very smooth curve across the 4 quarters. But for 2020-21, you notice that when we had a crisis period, then Q2, actually, we had a contraction. And in the same period, then you find a very big spike, which means that there is a rebound, which is what we expect. But after the rebound, we find again a slowing down, which begs the question whether we are able to get back to the growth path, which is expected after we have rebound back. Most importantly also is if you look at, I like this graph because if one assumes that NSE index is has a predictive power for the GDP, I always find it actually working in Kenya. And if you look at this green path here, you'll notice that anytime we have this GDP not performing very well, actually NSE index is also very low. And even at this time, when we look at the recovery, yes, for this quarter, that is the second quarter, NSE index was going up, but after that, it's going down, which begs the question whether we are gaining as far as the investor sentiments are concerned. And I want to show you where we are coming from since July last year, about almost a year to the elections. And you'll notice that we are coming down from about 1,921 to almost 1,600. So it is still in the declining path. And you'll also notice that we have actually jumped down. If you consider 2007, 2013, 2017, the NSE index has been shifting downwards. Then the other element I also wanted to bring in, I know Raphael has talked about the fiscal deficit. Of course, if you look at what's happening as far as the current financial year, yes, things seems to have improved compared to what we had in the last financial year. But this seems to be almost the same thing as 2019-2020, which means that we may not have made significant changes as far as our fiscal deficit is concerned compared to the previous period. And when you look at the revenues, which all the time, if you look at the targets, they are always very far from the actuals. And we can see some improvement in the 2021-22 period. But of course, we are still very far from getting to the target. In Africa, we are almost behaving the same as far as our monetary policy is concerned, but some of us started increasing the monetary policy rate earlier. Of course, I didn't show here that Kenya also has increased its monetary policy rate the policy rate to 7.5 recently with the inflationary pressures. But most importantly, I would also want to bring you back to what all this needs to be taken in the context of. All these things are happening, uncertainties, shock. But when you look at our population, this is where we are with our population. We notice that we have a youthful population, it is growing. And of course, at the moment, we have to think about what we need to do for the youth, because without taking care of the youth, it means that we will not be able to get any yield as far as the dividend is concerned. When it comes to recently with the COVID, we have realized that digital technology is very, very crucial. But this is what we have as far as at county level, internet connectivity. Even when one wants to do business, you'll notice that a lot of the areas with the 3.5% coverage is very, very low. And this is just concentrated in a very few areas. Therefore, investment in this kind of technology becomes very crucial if we have to transform and move forward. In addition, if you look at the essential infrastructure, you'll notice that the reason why we are having issues with digital technology is because the essential infrastructure is again very, very small. These are percentages. These are percentages as far as what infrastructure exists on the ground. Going forward also, we have mentioned about the growth, but where is the source of growth? The source of growth is coming from the counties. And this is what we have at the counties. Agriculture dominates. Service sector is also very, very big. But where we would expect to have an increase in maybe labor productivity, you notice that across the counties, the industrial sector is very, very, very small. And it begs the question, what can we do actually to transform and get into growing the industrial sector? And our manufacturing sector has not changed across the various counties. It remains very small with only clusters around this area and this area. But all these areas, the transformation of economic activity, look at the recent period with the data that is very recent from KNBS. Again, nothing has happened drastically changing this structure. Most importantly is to ask what is driving the manufacturing sector? And what you notice is that micro enterprises are driving the manufacturing sector. And we know one of the key problems that micro enterprises face is access to finance. And whether you talk about other sectors, micro enterprises actually tend to dominate even in the service, especially in the services sector. The structure of our market is changing in terms of employment. So you have an exponential change with the informal employment. Yes, informal, but we talk about a decency in jobs. And if our youth are the ones who are being employed here, and we are talking about aspects of productivity, aspects of decent work, aspects of youth dividend, then we need to ask ourselves, what are we doing to ensure that in the informal sector, we have good jobs or decent jobs. Our population is also changing in the structure and also in the growth rate. And I've shared this even in our conference. And why I'm sharing it is because from what NCBA is looking at, it's like taking us back to where we were in this period, that the growth rate is almost 4.9%. Maybe that's what we are expecting, which means that we are narrowing actually as far as the aggregate, our growth in per capita income is concerned. An issue that we need to think about. And if we assume that the counties is where the GDP national cake will be baked, then we notice that the county business environment is not something that we can talk proudly about. There is a lot that needs to be done for us actually to even facilitate the MSCs, which are the bedrock for growth in this economy. And then when you think about the government expenditure and spending, just want you to look at this and leave you to make your own judgment. This is what we have at the national government level as far as the spending of a GDP is concerned. But this is where we are as far as the counties and their spending to GDP is concerned. Suffice to say, if you look at the 2015, 2016 numbers on poverty and things, everybody is predicting that things might have changed with the COVID. This is what we have. Over 50% of the counties are actually above the national poverty level. Our Vision 2030 wants to take us to upper middle income level, but we are very far. We have to grow by almost 4 times for us to get 3 times, more than 2 times, for us to get from where we are in 2021 to where we would be in 2030. How we close over here, how we jump here, whether we are going to jump, we are going to crawl, we are going to, whichever speed we want to move in is something that we need to think about as we look forward with the MTP4, and also we look forward with the new government, and we also look forward with the going forward in terms of the recovery, not forgetting that yesterday we have been given the alert for the COVID again. And also, and I'm happy that we have the IMF representative here with us. The changing structure in terms of the funding and sources of funding that would be there at the international level. I'm very glad that recently IMF has introduced the Resilient Trust, which is supposed to be funded by SDR. But when you look at it, one is wondering how this can actually be efficient to deal with the problems, with only about 30 billion being put to the trust fund. And knowing that countries like in sub-Saharan Africa, they received less than 10% of the SDR distribution that was done recently. I just wanted to jog our minds in the morning just to see where we are with various indicators. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ngugi. I mean, I couldn't agree more. So the emphasis you lay on agriculture and the relationship to the county government contribution to GDP is an important intervention. The correlation on the market side, I mean, I've taken note of that, the NAC and how it tracks growth numbers. That would be very useful to investigate. But I think more generally, thank you so much for that wonderful summary. Obviously, I see a lot of concert with our own thoughts regarding Kenya's macro climate going forward. And congratulations again on your successful conference last week. And I think it's a good point to segue to Tobias. I think there's been a repeated reference to the IMF. So we're very pleased that you're able to join us. So I think I'll give you just a few minutes to outline your thoughts regarding the economic context of the time. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Raphael, and good morning to everybody on the call. So I was thinking just to give a quick overview of the landscape as we see it at the IMF with a focus on the region. And I think, as already covered in the earlier presentations, what really stands out is how the world, the region, Kenya has been hit by yet another shock now with the war in Ukraine, following from the pandemic, which already was unanticipated and quite extraordinarily large shock to the world. The war in Ukraine has hit the region's economies, I think, mainly through 2 channels. One is higher prices of key commodities. We speak of the 3 Fs: fuel, food, fertilizer. And then another channel, another F is through financial markets, where we've seen turmoil in markets and coming on top of tightening of monetary policy in advanced economies. This has resulted in higher interest rates, and we've seen flight to safety, move away from risk assets, international markets. At the IMF, in the World Economic Outlook that came out in April, we had revised down global growth by 1.3 percentage points for 2022. As these revisions go, that's a fairly dramatic one. It points to how severe this shock is. For sub-Saharan Africa, though, I think important to emphasize that it's a quite differential impact depending on the nature of the economies. Overall growth for sub-Saharan Africa, we maintained unchanged at 3.8%, but within that you see some pronounced differences, and this is really depending on the nature of the economies, whether they are importers or exporters of some of these commodities where prices have been going up. We've seen that fuel exporters in particular benefiting from the higher prices, growth going up there, whereas fuel importers are on the other side of that. So we've seen growth go down in those economies. For Kenya, and let me say a few words about Kenya. We have revised down growth, but I think not as much as we had heard in the NCBA numbers. We revised down growth from 6% previously to 5.7% this year. And I think what's behind those numbers is that actually growth up until the war in Ukraine in Kenya was performing quite robustly. We saw that 7.5% growth in 2021, and in general, indicators have pointed to continued quite robust activity in Kenya. Now, there is definitely an impact from this recent shock to the world economy. We see inflation going up. We see higher import prices impacting on the external position of the country. But growth seems relatively robust in our eyes. And I think when we turn to the fiscal position, and the fiscal position is obviously a key element of focus for the IMF-supported program. On the fiscal side, it's very encouraging to see the higher revenues, that revenue over performance that we saw in some of the previous slides. That revenue over performance has continued despite these shocks, and actually I think critical that this is coming at a time where government spending will be under pressure as a result of the shocks. Government has faced increased spending on fuel subsidies, fertilizer subsidies, aiming to smooth or lessen the impact on consumers. Government has stepped in, shouldered some of that higher cost. But because revenues have been overperforming, these costs have been able to be absorbed without changing the deficit targets. We've had Parliament approve supplementary budgets for the current fiscal year, which is just about ending, as well as the budget for next year. And I think it's a very important element of maintaining Kenya on its trajectory of fiscal consolidation, that despite these shocks and the increased spending, because revenue actually has overperformed, those fiscal targets for the deficit haven't been changed. So I would point to that as really a key element that gives some assurance that Kenya can weather this storm. Of course, it is a significant shock, but I think those are some points for optimism there. Let me end and turn back to you, Raphael. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tobias, for those thoughts. I think so. Debt sustainability, fiscal consolidation, and debt broadly is really topical. Actually, away from the exogenous shock, which in itself is a different animal. Primarily, growth was going to really be periled by those debt concerns. I think the DSA that you guys did at the IMF and the World Bank point to at least the on the export side. So primarily that's where I see the challenge, and relatedly, of course, it comes back to the currency. I am informed that actually our keynote address, our chief guest has been here for a very long time. Apparently the link that was sent to PS Hinga is not reading panelists. So John, I'd like to hand over back to you. I think your guest is on call actually. PS Hinga.
We'll
come back to the panel. Sorry.
Thank you, Raphael, and I want to thank Royce and Tobias for their remarks, and sorry to the panel to interrupt this conversation, but I think it'll be good because you'll be reacting to some of the items that the keynote speaker may be talking about. I think our keynote speaker had been introduced, but just for the sake of those who do not join, the keynote speaker today is the Principal Secretary for Housing and Urban Development, Mr. Charles Hinga, a good friend of mine, and also a gentleman who has been, we must give a lot of credit to the idea that Kenya can have affordable housing. And I think today that is no longer just an idea. We talk about it both in private companies building affordable housing as well as government assisting in that process. So I credit him, and I'm sure we all credit him to bring this into reality. So Principal Secretary Charles Hinga, welcome, and welcome to the panel and to speak to the forum. Mr. Hinga?
Hi, John, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry, the link I got, it's not opening on my computer, and so I'm unable to put my video on because now I'm using my phone. So kindly forgive me for that. Let me take this opportunity to thank you and to thank NCBA very much for this invitation. I think in the last 4 years, I have been a guest on this economic forum. It's a pity that We don't do them physically anymore because some of you are good friends of mine that I haven't seen in a long time. So it'll have been a wonderful time to have a chat. And thank you, Raphael, as well, for considering me to be a chief guest. So, John, I'm going to. I didn't prepare a speech, and so I'm just going to have a couple of talking points. First of all, around the uncertainty trinity. The first thing that I want to say is that risks exist all the time. But I think it is in certain times when they get amplified. For example, right now in Kenya, because of the political season, the issue about the political risk and the uncertainties there get a bit amplified. The question then we should ask ourselves is that, is it possible for us to work towards certainty? Before I get to the three, risks that have been highlighted, I just want to cite, for example, a place like in the US. When you look at the US from a political landscape, they actually politic throughout. Those who follow the US politics, it is politics season throughout. And so is our country. But the only difference is that in the US, the politicking does not necessarily amount to disruption. Like sometimes we see it here, because they've created a lot of certainties within institutions that are able to manage. There's somebody.
May I kindly request the panelists who are not on the floor to kindly mute? Thank you very much. PS, you may continue. PS, you may continue.
Sorry about that. So I was just trying to say that the difference between what we find in the US and here in Kenya is that their politicking does not affect business per se, as much as we see it here in Kenya. So yes, it is possible to create certainty, but there is quite a bit of work to be done. Now, going to some of the specific risks that have been highlighted. For example, when we talk about the geopolitical risks, first of all, let's disabuse the fact that Africa is unstable. That, to me, I think is a myth. And when you think about the geopolitical issues affecting us here, actually they do happen far away from us here. The notion that Somali, for example, will implode, or Uganda is going to attack Kenya and invade Naivasha, I think that is not really a big worry for us. But there are geopolitical events happening elsewhere. In the Middle East, there's always war here and there that affects and disrupts our supply chains. We can see what is happening right now in Russia and Ukraine, which has seriously affected not just Africa, but the entire globe. And the question is, what sort of policies or what can policymakers do to deal with these issues of geopolitical risks? So the geopolitical risk will always be with us. And so I think what we need to do as policymakers is to create shock absorbers that will be able to handle these type of disruptions. Now, let's take the fuel as an example. And I think this is a good example as to how we as policymakers here in Kenya, what we are trying to address, because it's highly volatile situation. We have the stabilization fund, which somehow managed to absorb some of the shocks that came as a result of this war in Ukraine. In other areas, they also have their strategic fuel reserves. That's another policy that can be put in place to be able to absorb those kind of shocks. If we are to look at an institution that probably has given business confidence, is an institution like CBK, for example. CBK has over the time managed to give confidence that it has the capacity and the policies to deal with issues around, currency devaluation and inflation, for example. This has not always been the case. If you remember, I think back in the 90s, our currency was quite volatile. And then so, therefore, their policymakers can indeed, with good policies, can be able to provide the right kind of shock absorbers, that can manage all these, things that are caused by the uncertainties in the geopolitical arena. I think what then government needs to do is to actually demonstrate, just like the way CBK has demonstrated the confidence. I am not sure that it is about government providing, a soft landing. And then maybe perhaps when I come to address the issue of the economic uncertainty, perhaps there are elements of soft landings that were provided, for example, by government during the COVID pandemic. But I think government and policymakers largely should focus more on creating confidence in business, that they and demonstrate that they do have the capacity to manage those kind of issues. So I think the more we policymakers demonstrate that our shock absorbers work, then I think that gives business the confidence. Now, if we go to the issue of political uncertainty, this is a very interesting one, and I'm going to say something which somewhat may sound a bit controversial. Now, the biggest threat to democracy, in my view, is illiteracy or semi-illiteracy and poverty. So unless we as policymakers can be able to create a more just and equal society, then populist politics will always be with us, especially around this time of electioneering. We've seen right now globally, there is a hemorrhaging. The incumbents, there's a lot of hemorrhaging politically in terms of there is an uprising against, or what we call anti-establishment. We've seen a rise to a lot of populist politicians, and the problem with the populism is the threat it poses to business. So I'll come back to this question or the issue of the inequalities, but let me just give a few examples of what we've had in the stump of late from the politicians. I think there is a politician the other day that spoke about, a company like Safaricom is too big, it needs to be broken down into small companies. Now, what does that do to the confidence that the investors have? I think it starts to send signals of, is this government going to be, are we going to nationalize, for example, banks and nationalize institutions? And I think this is a very, very, very dangerous, rhetoric that we find, because the populist idea, obviously it sounds good that you can take a company like Safaricom and break it down into smaller companies so that many people can be able to participate. But this is one of those areas where we are likely to see business losing confidence, investors taking a wait and see because of all the mixed signals that are being sent. So I believe that in this particular area, there is a lot of room for improvement. And so the policy makers needs to focus their energies on addressing this issue of poverty and illiteracy. You see, democracy entails one man, one vote. And so if 60 or 70% of your population is poor and illiterate, then it means that the decision making for the future of the country is actually in the hands of people who ordinarily, every other day, depend on somebody else to make decisions for them. They don't have a long-term view. You can talk about Vision 2050. You can talk about, building resilience. Their issues are pocket money issues. They are thinking about where the next meal is going to come from. And that is why they become susceptible to all manner of economic models and populist agenda. And it doesn't mean that, and history is laden with examples of how dangerous this populist agenda can be. Remember, this is what drove us to the Second World War. Hitler had a very populist, message, and talked about the Jews. They were the cause for that time. Remember, there was a Great Depression, and the Jews are the bad people. The Jews in Wall Street and in Moscow, they are the ones who are driving, this economic crisis, and you all know what happened. So if we can then make a great effort to try and create a just society, and I think to me it's not about whether this is a socialist agenda or we can talk about free market policy, but I think you must have a very balanced society. In a society where majority of our people cannot be able to afford a decent meal, then even business itself is going to be in constant threat. And I think this is really the existential risk for our country. And it's a pity that you find that our politics are not really issue driven, because this is an area where we need to put our heads together, and this is not just, it should not just be left to government. We need business to also see how can we be able to create a more just society. Of course, you pay taxes. Our constitution is very clear in Article 43 about social justice. And I think that it is the high time that we addressed these issues of inequality. And so while we cannot be able to control a lot of what is said on the stamp and the kind of populist agenda that a lot of the politicians in this day and age will go into, I think policymakers should really focus on that particular issue of eradicating poverty and illiteracy, so that then when you have a more just society where the population is well educated and they are able to afford a meal, then it is not that much easier to sell to them just a populist agenda. Then allow me just to finish on that particular point. That is the on the political uncertainty, by giving you examples of what's going on right now in the world. I think was it yesterday that I saw an article on Washington Post. Colombia, which is traditionally a very conservative country, for the first time have elected a leftist government. And so you can see that because of the heartache that is being experienced, and lives and livelihoods have been lost, is that there is almost a protest vote against, there's an anti-establishment protest. And this we must be alive to here in Kenya. We have about 50 days to go, and 50 days is a very, very, very long time. And those are some of the things that we need to watch on, is whatever is happening in other parts of the world is likely to happen here if we don't get our messaging correct. So lastly, then allow me to touch on the on the issue of the economic uncertainty. And I think here we have some good examples of how good policy can shore up an economy. And I will give two examples towards the end, and these two examples right in our State Department, in our ministry. Policymakers can play a very, very big role in terms of creating confidence around this issue of economic uncertainty. If you remember during the economic crisis of 2008, I think everyone knew that the feds will step in and, rescue the banks that were collapsing. We also saw what President Obama's government did with the auto industry, to shore up a big sector that was under threat at the time and was going to leak a lot of jobs. Those are two examples of how policymakers can be able to, provide confidence and perhaps what you call a soft landing. So what we need to do here in Kenya a lot more is to actually create and develop this capacity. Our tax policy, our borrowing policies, our investment policies, these are very much areas we need to, there's a lot of room for improvement in these particular areas. I think there is a notion that Kenyans are overtaxed. And how effective is the tax policy when you're having an economic meltdown, or when you're coming from an economic meltdown? Now, I think it is Winston Churchill that said that a country that taxes itself into prosperity is like a man standing in the bucket and trying to raise themselves. There is not much scope one can do. For example, when COVID came, we saw the revenue dried up, and COVID caught us flat-footed and it exposed some underbellies. It caught us during a fiscal consolidation, meaning that we were reducing our borrowing capacity. And I remember at that time, we had some very, very tough times, very tough discussions. We had a situation room. And I remember one day sitting, well, just the two of us with His Excellency, the President. And, he will consult different people for different things. And I remember it was a Saturday morning, and we sat there for a couple of hours, and you could see the weight and the enormity of the situation almost resting on one man's shoulders. What life had done, life had thrown to us very many bad options. And you had to choose one amongst those bad options. And at times, and I think, and can I say this with a lot of grace and not because he's my boss, I think that it is a time like during that crisis that a country like Kenya should go on its bended knee and thank God that we had a leader and not a politician for the head of state. There were very difficult situations. There were many tough decisions that had to be made. The Ministry of Health, on one hand, was advising almost a total shutdown. And if you remember April, May, June of the year 2020, we started, locking down certain counties. And although we did not go to certain levels, like for example, in South Africa, where they went to level 5, they even stopped selling alcohol and cigarettes, and told people to stay at home. They arrested anyone who was out in the streets. Our situation was not dissimilar. And I remember in one of those situations, and we said, when we say stay at home, self-isolate, wash your hands, how practical is that for the majority of our urban poor? And therein lies the existential risk for this country, is the issue about the urban poor. What are you going to do about this huge universe of the urban poor? Essentially, what you're doing is you're asking them to choose between dying of hunger and dying of COVID. It was a very difficult situation, because essentially what you're talking about is creating a state of anarchy. And this is where, again, good policies can really help, because what we didn't want are coffins in the streets, in our streets, of people just dying. And if that happened, you're still going to take the flak for it. And the other thing, you don't want, business to shut down, people's livelihoods to be totally wiped out, because that also was going to end up on your doorsteps. And I remember that is the time we came up with this a social protection program called Kazi Mtaani. And so this is the first example I want to give you of, how policies can actually save a nation. And because I do believe that the interventions we made with this Kazi Mtaani, or the National Hygiene Program, helped us to stabilize the urban areas, especially the informal settlements. We mapped out our informal settlements across the country, and we came up with about 1,142 informal settlements. And so the question is, what are you going to do with 1,142 informal settlements? And there were cash transfers to all people, to women. So we came up with this program of Kazi Mtaani, which was a cash transfer to majority of the young people in these urban areas. But because they are able-bodied, we said, let's commit them to some form of public good, so that it's not just a handout. We want something in exchange. And at that point, the most topical issue was the hygiene component. That's why we call it the National Hygiene Program, because then we committed them to giving back to the society by cleaning up their areas, opening up drainage, clearing the bushes. They made roads, they made schools, we planted there were 70 million seedlings. And I think there's some achievements that have never been talked about. These young people, almost every morning they will wake up, they will plant, they will go to a nursery, and they will do all these potting. During the second phase, we had 288,000 young people from every part of this country that was involved in this program. Now, one of the unintended consequences of this program was the amount of money that actually was circulating in these informal settlements. And because sometimes we do consume some intelligence, information and report, what we got was that the levels of crime had gone down so much. When you expect them to rise up, they had gone down to unprecedented levels, because there was money that was circulating. Now, when you think about 288,000 versus the population we have, you may say, okay, what is that? But remember, they represent households. And unlike majority of the households in the more affluent areas, you're talking about people that live in with extended families. And so this money touched many people. Money never left. And in fact, it showed up, it absorbed, there were more people that were prevented from getting into vulnerability because they were trading. There was money. There was about 750 million shillings every 11 days that we were sending to these informal settlements. So that's, to me, is one of the beautiful stories that came out of a crisis, and where policymakers had a positive impact during a very, very difficult time. The last one, and as I wind up, and this is a story that is not strange to NCBA. When we came up with this program called Affordable Housing Program, at that time, I think the focus was more about 4 walls and a roof, and about decent roof for our people, who majority of them live in dignity. But we in the State Department looked at affordable housing from a different perspective. We disaggregated the various components that make a house. And we say that if we focus on the components, then we can be able to make a case for an economic emancipation that is anchored on this particular program. Why? Because you can now talk about an industry that is just making doors. Doors have hinges. One door has 4 hinges. So if you have 5 doors, those are 20 hinges. When we looked at, one house on average requires 85 bags of cement. So if you do 500,000 houses, you're talking about 44 million bags of cement. You're talking about 18 million tons of steel. You're talking about 5 million kgs of nails. And I can go on and on and on and on and on about the potential for using housing as part of an economic recovery. So we looked at the various components and actually came up with 69 items that we know confidently can be produced here in Kenya. We tabulated them, and then we asked the National Construction Authority to come up with standards, because the problem here in Kenya is that we didn't have, for example, you don't have a standard door. And where you don't have a standard, then it means you cannot leverage large economies of scale, because it means everything is almost bespoke. So we came up with 69 items, and we said, let's test it with one item, because sometimes when you try and do too much, then you get stuck. And we took those. And we looked at our informal traders, otherwise called Juakali. And we said, these guys make those. The only challenge for them is formal doesn't work for them. And in between, they have so many brokers that make more money than them. So we decided to get 3 Juakali associations, Ngong Road, Kamukunji, and Kariobangi, and gave them an order, direct order, to make just close to 10,000 doors. The amazing story is that we didn't focus on trying to formalize them. We gave them an opportunity. And from that opportunity, they started knocking doors on banks. Why? Because they need working capital. So, the financial institution will be like, okay, so who am I lending to? Oh, so we need to form a company. Yeah, so they form a company. And then, okay, so but who are the officials? Who's signing? Then, oh, okay, so we need directors. And they had directors, they had a chair, they had board meetings. One morning they came to my office with a man wearing, you can see this is not a suit from Gikomba. And I said, so who is this fellow? And they said, no, this is our lawyer. I said, okay, so lawyer then they had a tier 1 law firm that was assisting them. Long story short, this is one of the most beautiful stories that have come out of this particular agenda for about, and I know there are many, but this to me is one that makes this very tough business worthwhile. These guys delivered the doors. 55 of them came back, and 108 of them came back to me, and they said, now that we have made those doors and we looked at those houses, they're beautiful, can we become homeowners? 55 of them managed to get a home. And last week, one of them came to my office, and John, I think you'll be very glad to hear this, that one of them from Kariobangi came to my office, and they said, oh, oh, you know, this opportunity gave us access to networks. And some of those networks are financial institutions. And NCBA, I think, sent, I don't know if it was John or whoever went to where they work. And they found that, hey, hang on a second, these guys don't just make doors, they make clocks, some wall clocks. And from the opportunity we gave them, I understand you gave them a very big assignment to make clocks. I don't know whether it's NCBA clocks or it's city clocks, but they were very, very excited about it. They told me that for the first time, for a company that was being told it's not bankable, they actually got 50 million facility approved over the phone. This was informal. This is a sector that was unbankable. The Chinese that we had given the contract to do Park Road for us wanted to give us doors for free, and we said no. Even if you give us those doors for free, we will not take them because there is a bigger agenda. So, coming back to Raphael, the question that had been posed as to what it is that policymakers can do to address the uncertainty trinity. I hope I've been able to share with you some good insights. And sorry, I was not able to put on my video. And yeah, I'd like to pause there and pass back to Raphael and say that I'm happy to, if there are any questions, I can be able to answer. But it's always a great pleasure, John and your team, and you've been very supportive to this, Big Four agenda. This is a very difficult agenda of housing. It's very complex, but with your team there, Okulo, and everybody else from the bank, you've been very, very, very resilient, and we've come up with a very good program. And the last one I think I want to cite is the on CBK. We wrote to CBK talking about them, lessening the prudential guidelines around mortgage, and the word we got is that this is a swear word. Don't even talk about it. And we went and convinced the governor, especially after CBK lowest staff managed to get a home, that this is a sector that should be supported. And as you all know, that this was revised downwards quietly. I think now it's sitting at 30%. We had asked for 25. So I think, and this was all part of the input that we got, especially from your team and other technical people that we co-opted. So thank you very much, NCBA. You still remain a great partner for us, and I'm sure we can be able to do more. Thank you. God bless you.
Sorry about that. Allow me to come in here and thank you, PS, for those very informative remarks, and also again congratulate you on what you have done on the affordable housing work, and of course the Kazi Vijana work. I think both have been well noted, made great strides in bringing or creating, as I say, the belief that affordable housing is a reality. You talked about our customer. Indeed, I do know that customer. I visited his shop in Kariobangi Light Industries. And indeed, there are many others, as you say, that we continue to support. And so I'm thankful that that such a customer came to you to tell us about the work that NCBA is doing. I think indeed your very well articulated views of how politics intervenes into economics, and why politics is a way of life across everywhere, including the US, as you said. But that should not take away the fact that politics does not mean an abatement of policy. That the two of them must go hand in hand. And when we come to the elections, when we're making decisions, obviously each of us will make their individual decisions, but to remember that your vote is for one day, but what you select are policymakers for the next 5 years. You're not voting for politicians for the next 5 years. The politicians are now convincing us to vote them to become policymakers. And so I think that was quite insightful. So with that, I think I'll pass it over to Raphael and ask if there are any questions. I'm hoping, PS, you can stay with us a bit so that you hear the reaction from the panelists, and then we can take questions from the floor. Are you able to stay with us a bit, PS?
Yes, John, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Raphael. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you, PS Charles. I mean, those of us who shared classes with you know that your heart is always in the right place. Thank you for tying it to the people aspect, justice, inequality, and how that relates to our politics and economics. Of course, I'm very grateful for that. Very quickly, I think I'll move on to Jared. And for our attendees, please feel free to drop your questions. I've seen a couple, just one or two, but feel free to drop your questions either to the PS or any of our panelists, and we'll be sure to respond to them, including reach out to you bilaterally if there's need to clarify anything. Thank you very much for staying with us. So Jared, just quick remarks on the, a lot has been said. and yeah, sure, if anything you want to highlight.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Raphael, for the invitation, and the NCBA team for organizing this forum. I'm really very excited to participate in this very important forum. I also appreciate the PS for very thoughtful remarks that he has made, which feed very well into the conversation that we're having right now. You're right, Raphael, that quite a number of things have been said, many of which align to my thoughts. So what I'll do is that I'll not repeat what has been said, but for areas where I need to emphasize, I probably will have to do so. I've organized my thoughts around 4 broad areas. Of course, I was to spend a bit of time to talk about the global risks and the spillover effect, but I think that has been talked about quite eloquently, and I aligned myself fully to what you said, what John said, and also what Tobias also said. Suffice it to say, though, that, you know, of course, the global shocks have been described in many ways as being overlapping in nature, and the implications are known. 2 things I want to emphasize on the global aspect is the fact that, one, even though Africa has been forecasted to remain positive, I think the forecasting in terms of its revision remain on the lower side for Africa than it is for other emerging markets going forward. And given that, you know, even with the disparities that exist amongst African economies, there is a very strong association of growth amongst the African economies. So Kenya vis-a-vis Sub-Saharan Africa has a very strong correlation in terms of growth. So as we are thinking about how these global dimensions have an implication on Africa, we have to bear in mind that, you know, the African countries, notwithstanding their diversities, have a very strong association as far as growth is concerned. The second is really not just the policy stance that have been taken at the global level, but the pace of the policy stance. I don't know whether you can recall that in the recent past, commentary has been very critical of central banks. Between the time inflation started surging up and the time the central banks dropped the word transitory in reference to inflation, there was quite a bit of a lag. There was a very harsh cover of the economists that talked about the Fed that failed. And subsequently, we've seen a very aggressive tightening of policy. So it's not just the policy stance, but it's also the pace at which the policy changes that has been a lot of ramification on our country and the continent as a whole. I think the one thing that I want to say is that when it comes to the attitude of the major international central banks and their policy stance, I think they go by a very simple mantra that, you know, they are deploying domestic instruments to address domestic objectives. That does not mean that they don't care about the wider ramifications, but I think the key concern is what's happening domestically. So as we are trying to navigate this balance that is part of this conversation, the key thing is really to make sure that, you know, we diligently play the card that we've been dealt. And that's really managing the ramifications of an aggressive policy stance at the global level, given that there's a threat for a recession. So that's really what I can say for purpose of emphasis on the international scene. On the domestic scene, I think there's a lot to say. and I'll start with the political landscape. I typically don't want to characterize general elections as an economic shock. We've had elections. Our election calendar is predictable. And if you take an historical perspective and map the way the economy has been growing over time vis-a-vis the general elections, we usually have a slowdown in growth because of the anxious moments that both the investors, local and international, have. And then we have almost a rebound. And this is the point that Rose made in our remarks. The one thing that is different, of course, is how each of those election cycles influence the business sentiments and the economy at large. I see a common denominator amongst the political class being the promise for grandeur. There are so many things that are being promised now by the political class, just like in any election. And the promises are usually three things. We provide this, we provide that, and they're usually very silent on the funding side of things. And I think that's really something to watch if you have to really carefully consider how the election cycle is going to have at least an immediate influence on the economy. I've seen very interesting promises. The last I saw was one where politicians promising low interest rates. That were there to win elections, there will be low interest rates. You can imagine how that promise now sits with the inflationary pressure and what's happening globally. So that therefore means that sometimes promises can be met that is an unattainable policy setup. And the third, in terms of the political consideration, is the interaction between what politicians promise and how that fits into investment patterns. We've seen a situation where we've had, and legitimately so, a substantial increase in physical capital formation over time, meaning there's a sense of investment towards physical capital accumulation that are necessary for the economy. I think now the conversation really has to be whether that fits within what you can call the return on investment, at least an economic return on investment going forward. So those are really the dimensions that one needs to consider. Of course, bearing in mind that we still have an economy after the elections. The question will be how that economy be shaped in terms of what promises are made and how those promises fit within the aspiration of the economy. Now, there is always the discussion around investment towards productivity. And one could imagine that if you want to enhance total factor productivity of the economy, that's how you become competitive in the regional context. Those who look at trade numbers, and I see trade as an avenue in which the economy is going to grow going forward, will realize that we are somewhat, even though we maintain a positive trade balance amongst the economies in the region, that balance is closing over time. And not because those other economies are necessarily moving out pretty fast in terms of investing in, for instance, manufacturing, but because we are gradually losing from the productivity standpoint. So I think investment in productivity is something, again, that needs to be linked into the conclusion we have. Of course, the interaction between the sectors, as opposed to relying substantially on good drains for purposes of the economy to rebound going forward, is something, again, that is worth considering. But now the gist of the rebalancing that we need to really put our mind on is really navigating the difficult territory of the initial conditions. I think it's good to acknowledge that there are positive sentiments, and I think you alluded to that. For instance, we are seeing credit to the private sector picking, which is a very good thing because for almost 10 years, we've had credit growth in the private sector actually being stuck at single-digit level. Now, for us to break into that double-digit level is something that is really commendable, and a point out to the fact that the positive sentiments of the business community is really yielding ground. The issue is really to make sure that we don't have circumstances that append that positive trend that we've seen over time. And I think that will be seen in terms of how you balance policy. To my mind, I think fiscal policy is going to remain essential insofar as protecting the fragile recovery that we've seen. And that protection has to be seen in a way that is balanced so that we don't have a situation where now fiscal policy, whereas it's supporting the business sentiments, will actually also negate the gains that we made insofar as it leads into a sense of crowding out effect. So in terms of the dynamics I see in the credit markets, and this is probably something where I spend quite a lot of time, is really a careful consideration as to whether the binding constraint is the availability of credit or the cost of credit itself. And I think there's an interaction between what credit costs and whether that credit is really available. I've already started seeing commentary. I've seen a commentary in today's newspaper that is talking about how, for instance, risk-based pricing has to be carefully maneuvered in a way that it supports the credit market. But I think, to me, if the price of credit is going to remain flexible and the risk is appropriately priced, then I think we're going to see availability of credit to the market. And probably that's an opportunity we have to seeing that, that double-digit credit growth is going to be sustained going forward. Of course, the whole idea about fiscal consolidation is a conversation that I think we need to have. But given what I've just stated, we need fiscal policy to protect the fragile tool that we have. I see fiscal consolidation remaining important, but at least the pace of that fiscal consolidation has to be very carefully calculated. And that's why I see it at best going to be slow and realized in the medium term. And of course, given the points that have been made, I'm not very sure whether we can not entertain the idea of supplementary budgets going forward, unless of course, the momentum of KRA to surpass its targets is really retained. And that will depend, of course, on how the economy performs. So that's really one of the initial conditions on the fiscal side. Of course, there's the whole idea of public debt. And the comment that you see around public debt is as if, public debt is something very bad. I think we have to look at the positive side of public debt, because if your total investment requirements are substantially below the kind of revenue that you're mobilizing, then of course that makes debt necessary. What will be critical is really to see whether there are investment in strengthening debt management organizations, institutions, particularly in the National Treasury, concerned the public debt office, and the capacity to make sure they're able to calculate what you can call a save levels of public debt. Maybe just for purpose of conversation, move us to what they're describing as a debt anchor, as opposed to these, the debt, nominal debt ceiling, and that will enable us to look at one way of managing our debt being from the growth standpoint. So that's something that I think is also what we're thinking about. Of course, inflation is a big issue, and I think everybody is now talking about how it has an implication to especially the poor households. I think, to me, it's really how you manage the expectations around inflation now. Clearly, the anchor is loosening. And that's why maybe we've started seeing policy proactively moving to the targeted level. The things to consider, therefore, is the appropriateness, but more importantly, the timeliness of policy measures to ensure that we bring back the inflation expectation anchor. And of course, that has to link to what's happening on the foreign exchange market, where there's been quite a bit of conversation, and I'm sure there will be a lot of talk about that. I think you alluded in your commentary, Raphael, that we operate an open capital account. You've done so for a while. So how the movement in the foreign exchange will be a shock absorber here is something that I think we are going to be very carefully looking at, because it's very difficult for us to behave as if the impossible trinity has been overthrown. If you have a weak external balance and you have either real or imagined shortage of foreign exchange, of necessity, the balancing has to come from the adjustment of the exchange rate. And I think that is something that maybe we can spend a bit of time discussing. But I think that also has implications both the public debt and also inflation. So as we are navigating that territory, that's also another initial condition we have to think about. Of course, there's always the talk about geopolitics, and I think the Russia-Ukraine thing is what comes on top of our mind. But there's also what can call the regional geopolitics. We operate in a space, for instance, recently DRC joined the East African community, which is a very positive thing because now we're looking at a bigger EAC. We're talking about a GDP of close to 260 billion. We're talking about a population of almost 293 million people. But it also comes with its own geopolitical dimensions. It's well to have expanded regional integration bodies, but it will be a challenge to see how much time will be spent on addressing the security-related issues compared to how much time will be spent on trade and investment and financial flow-related issues. So there are those geopolitical dimensions that are not necessarily at the global level that we think are important to consider. So as I wind up, I think from my initial remarks, I think given all that, I see my outlook for 2022 closely aligned to what the NCBA's outlook is. Certainly not above 5%. I'm seeing at the rate of 4.8%. For 2022. Of course, the idea is really to start seeing how that can be strengthened so that we can come to the pre-pandemic rates of growth. And I think a lot of work needs to be done with that. Of course, the commitment to fiscal consolidation is going to be important. The pace may be slow, but I think the thrust will be there. I see the inflationary pressure continue to be really an issue, and every effort to make sure that the anchor is strengthened is going to be critical. And I think we have to appreciate the reality that in times of trying to balance the rate of growth, public consumption is going to play a bigger role because private consumption tends to be more volatile and tend to be more responsive to shocks than public consumption. So to address the issue of inequality that the peers alluded to, I think we have to look at these things. Otherwise, if we talk as if we are oblivious to, for instance, and it's interesting that I'm quoting a Russian author. There's a Russian author who wrote a novel a while back. Maybe there was a challenging translation. The guy is called Leo Tolstoy. He said that all happy families resemble, but each unhappy family is unhappy in its own ways. If we have a society that is unequal, then I think you're going to probably see many unhappy families who are affected by inflationary pressure that I think if the anchor was given, we are likely to have a challenge. I'll leave it at that so that I can be able to provide insights in other Q&A sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Obviously, thank you, Jared, for those considered remarks. I apologize readily to our attendees. We're running slightly late. It will be remiss on my part not to let Dr. Wagash at least say a word, but Dr. being a good friend, our time is spent, but just very quickly, a minute or so, just, and then I can hand it back to Jackie. You're on mute, Dr.
Dr. Wagasha, kindly unmute so we can hear you. Or maybe your earphones have a problem. We can barely hear you. Dr. Wagasha, maybe you just do without the earphones? And then unmute yourself. Kwanza, are we able to unmute Dr.
I have sent a request. It's on his end now.
Dr. we really must hear your voice today, so we will give you a minute and allow you to unmute so you can say something. Fantastic.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can clearly hear you.
Excellent.
The floor is yours.
I would like to congratulate John Gachara. I think your team has placed this forum very much on the map as a talking point for the economy. And I'm very happy to have participated in many of the panels and see that this has become a very important point of discussion for the economy. Now, I prepared a PPP PowerPoint. I'll send it to the team who I congratulate for excellent work. And I'll send it, but I would like to just to make a few remarks from that PowerPoint presentation that I'll share. It is clear that what you call the trinity of challenges. In my PPP, I call it the triple whammy. The triple whammy means the challenges coming from the Russia-Ukraine war, the responses from the disruptions in the market, in commodity markets, which brought commodity disruptions, and the historic inflation rates in the industrial countries, which have brought the challenge of rising interest rates to protect, to use the standard macroeconomic approach to overheating in economies, which is the short-run application of macroeconomic policy of monetary fiscal policy mix. And we've done it here in this country. I do not know that we have a major problem reapplying what President Kibaki did many years ago. In 2002, I remember speaking to him about this issue. And even before President Kibaki, we had excellent application of this model by Bill Clinton in the US, working with Governor Greenspan in the Federal Reserve. And it is not a very complicated model. And it allows you to mix fiscal and the monetary side and get your economy growing again. And I'll go through that in a short while. So unfortunately, before we even touch the buttons, at the present time, the major victims of these two conflagrations, which I call the triple whammy, the major victims are African countries. And analysts are looking at where the chips fall. In terms of an old American movie called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And the good in Africa seem to be Botswana, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire, etc. Those are going to gain from the commodity disruption. The bad look like Morocco, Ghana, Nigeria, etc. Because of because of the kind of, there are a number of clusters of indicators that show where the chips are going to fall. Unfortunately, the same analysis shows Kenya in the team of ugly victims from this triple whammy. There is Ethiopia, there is Tunisia, there is Egypt in that cluster, and Kenya is quite well down in terms of the impacts of this triple whammy. Have we made mistakes? Undoubtedly, yes. Our economy has not used the most extreme competencies to run the economy, unfortunately. But as President Kibaki showed, there is possibility in rebuilding the economy towards recovery and to lead the economy to a soft landing. I am absolutely certain that that can be done if you use extreme competencies. What would have to be done is to use the traditional workhorse of short-run macroeconomic policies, which assume that that short-run demand drives output. And with autonomous spending, then the multiplier kicks in, and at each period of activity, you have a multiple impact on spending, which drives output. Now, the most important measure of that workhorse of macroeconomic policy mix is that the monetary side and banks will need to play a major part, but policymakers have to make up their minds. The fiscal side, fortunately, as Gashora mentioned, John Gashora mentioned, Rasmussen mentioned, Jared Asoro mentioned, and who else? The fiscal space is improving. That is the starting point of applying this monetary fiscal policy mix. The better performance of the fiscal space allows that the government can begin to address the fiscal deficit, and you can rebuild revenues to ease the main pressures that are driving Kenya's victimhood to the triple whammy. You need to ease the pressures on two things: the fiscal side, create and build revenue, and then begin to ease your balance of payments pressures. The route to borrowing, unfortunately, very realistically, is not possible. We have seen Finance Minister Yatani realize that after basically probing that area. It's a no-go zone. We have to basically fix our fiscal and monetary policies in such a way that the mix rebuilds revenue, rebuilds growth, and also allows the retirement of certain parts of the debt. The monetary side requires that we address credit, Jared Asoro again, readdress credit from public-led investments to private sector growth of credit. Hinga mentioned what happens when John converses with a group of people who are making doors and making other products. When you allow a certain line of private sector credit to affordable housing, miracles happen. People get employed, incomes get a boost, and then you have a recovery going on. The greatest danger, and I would like to not evade the question, it is possible to do all that and then still have a stagflation. A stagflation means that on the back of, for example, COVID weakness of the economy, the supply side may be dodgy and may begin to, and may not produce quickly enough the output that you need. And then inflation also continues. And then you also have a slowdown in economic activity. Those three guarantee that your economy will go back into recession. So it's extremely important to apply with extreme competencies, apply the fiscal space that is a major positive factor at the moment, apply the monetary policy mix in the mix that allows growth in private sector credit and away from public sector absorption of credit. And then use extreme competencies, which Kenya has. That is a major weakness. You hear people speaking about these subjects, and sometimes the competencies just make you shake your head. So I would like to thank John and thank the team. I think you have an excellent team. You have put your forum on the map as a talking point in the economy. And I encourage you to support that team because I think they are going places with your bank. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Wagasha. I think we're out of time. Jackie, back to you. But thank you very much for those remarks. We'll reach back. Jackie, back to you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. I will give Mr. Gashora literally 1 minute to try and wrap this up in form of maybe addressing some of the questions that have arisen from our guests. And then Charles Hinga is still in the house. PS, 1 minute to you too. And after that, we'll have our vote of thanks from John. So Mr. Gashora, outshine us and summarize in 1 minute.
Thank you, Jackie. I guess my 1 minute is almost taken by technology trying to unmute myself. Thank you to the panelists, Dr. Wagasha. Great to see you again. As always, a wonderful friend of NCBA and very insightful comments. Jared, really thankful to you, and I'm sure John will talk about that a bit more. Tobias, Rose, and of course the peers. It's been a very insightful meeting and conversation. I've seen a lot of questions come up, and with your permission, Jackie, I may take a bit more than 1 minute. Well, you gave me 2, I may take a bit more than 2, just maybe to comment on some of those questions, some of which are directed at PS Hinga, so I'll let him look at those. I think the one that seems to be persistent is on the dollar situation, and I thought perhaps, with your permission, I can comment on that. Seen some tough questions there, asking why NCBA is charging $2, 2 shillings higher than the other banks. I think there was a question about rationing of dollars through the banks. And obviously, most of us have seen an article that, or write-up that went around on WhatsApp, was widely shared about the dollar situation, talking about the interbank, as well as the parallel market, as well as use of reserves by the central bank. So I thought I would just give a quick comment. First of all, one is, I'd like to talk about this in 3 ways. The first one is understanding the source of the current, what I call supply gap, as opposed to a shortage of dollars. I think the second one is to talk about the question about pricing of dollars. And the third one is about what the CBK can do, and or regulators for that matter, and not just CBK. So let me start with the first one, which is about the supply gap. I think, as you've heard from the speakers today, the effects of COVID, the effect of the Russian war, and of course inflation, have had one effect on commodity prices, which is just up, become very expensive. COVID perhaps had the biggest effect on commodity prices, and of course, with that, the transportation prices for those commodities. We are a net importer, unfortunately. And hence the current account gap that was talked about by a number of speakers today. But what it means is that a trader or an importer who needed $100 in 2019 to import a certain amount of commodity today needs 3 times that, $300, to import exactly same amount of commodity. So that is what we are seeing. Demand has shot up, not because people are trading more, just purely because prices have gone up. The supply side continues to grow. Obviously, it's a bit slower. I think a number of people talked about capital reversal. In my remarks, talked about capital reversal. But that is a more recent phenomenon that we've seen this year because of the Russia-Ukraine war, and therefore money leaving what is called the emerging market, developing markets into, especially to the US, where the rates are going up. You can earn more in dollars in the US than you can earn in a number of markets. The risks are high in those markets. So what happens is investors, they start taking dollars out. However, if you look at our key source of dollars, remittances, horticulture, and others, that remains quite strong this year. Obviously, tourism is recovering. I think we're about 60% recovered from 2020 to where we are today. And we're seeing that recovery. So dollar supply itself is actually on track where we think it should be. But as I say, dollar demand is extremely high. Then there is what we call perceived demand. And therefore, that brings me to the question of price, perceived demand. And I talked about it on some clips that have gone around on Twitter and other places. The fact that when a customer wants $100,000 today, they'll go to 5 banks and ask for the same $100,000. And so what happens is that, whereas the demand was $100,000, to the market, it looks like $500,000. And therefore, when you talk about perceived demand, and that then creates a very strong sentiment of lack of dollars. So let me come to then talk a little bit about that pricing. So that is one reason. The perceived demand is very high. And as we know, where there's perceived demand, if you're selling a shirt and there are 10 people who want that same shirt, the best thing to do is auction it to the highest bidder. And so that is what's happening today. Yeah, market thinks we need $500,000 when we need 100. So they auction it to the highest bidder. And so you see the prices the price of dollar just keep rising because of that effect. The second one I think people have talked about is, then let me specifically now talk about NCBA, because I've seen questions about NCBA. I think what you find is a good number of banks today are not able to provide dollars to the market in large amounts. Most banks will tell you, I don't know, 10,000, I've had some limit at 3,000, 10,000, I've had different numbers. Here as NCBA, I think we have been consistent for our own customers. We try to support them with a lot more dollars. And I think amounts tend to be quite high. And indeed, for some customers, they're buying in millions of dollars. And so what happens is that, therefore, we're having to sell dollars we don't have in some cases. We are borrowing from accounts that have dollars to give to our customers. That borrowing creates what's called a short in dollars. And so we are short on dollars quite often. And therefore, we have to price in the risk that as we go to the market and fill up that short, replace those dollars that were borrowed, the price may have moved quite significantly. And therefore, we have to price ourselves for that risk. And therefore, what you find is banks that are not pricing for that risk the way we are therefore not able to give you a lot of dollars. We're able to give you a lot of dollars, but of course we price for that risk. I do want to talk about, lastly, I guess, regulatory intervention. And I see my friends are giving me hints that my time is up. The regulatory intervention. I think I've seen a lot about conversations about, the central bank should sell its reserves. They should open the interbank. A couple of the interbank market pricing, the parallel pricing. There has always been two prices. There's always been the interbank price and over-the-counter price. A customer who walks over the counter to buy dollars, even when we have lots of dollars, they negotiate the rate for dollars. The interbank price, therefore, is different. So there have always been two prices. First of all, I want to make sure that everybody knows that. Perhaps what has happened is the widening of those two prices. That's what we are seeing. Second thing I've said, even if the interbank were to work today, the supply gap is real. Even if the interbank were to work today, it doesn't mean that somebody is sitting on dollars. The bank is sitting on dollars somewhere. Say the interbank is open, I shall sell it to another bank. The reality is, those who know where the dollars are with those banks, they should tell us, because then we shall send the customers to those banks. If those banks are not willing to sell to us, we shall send our customers to them. But the reality is, the supply gap is real at every bank. Selling of reserves. Kenya holds significant reserves, over 4 months of import cover, which is above the recommended threshold, is really not an option. We have seen a country like Sri Lanka do exactly that. They went out to sell their reserves from 30 billion to 8 billion. And we all know what has happened. If you haven't read about Sri Lanka, please read. Everybody is on the streets because they cannot import drugs, they cannot import oil, they cannot import anything. So I don't think telling our central bank to use reserves fully makes any sense. I think they use the excess of reserves and they continue to supply the market with those excess reserves. And yes, I can confirm they are back in the market supplying what I would call the excess reserves. But they have many tools that they use. It's not the first time we have talked about supply gap or even dollar shortage in this country. It has been the case that before every election, this has happened, except the last election. Yeah, before every election, because the capital reversal happens before every election, or people or investors hold on to their dollars before every election. And what tools have been used before? It has never been to sell reserves. What we have seen is a monetary play, and that is the role of the central bank. We have used monetary plays. I think you all know when rates would rise to 20% for a short time. Those are monetary plays because the only way you get more dollars in the economy is to give investors a reason to convert their dollars into shillings. And the only reason you give them is never the exchange rate. It will be that when you get the shillings, what you earn from the shillings will be higher than what you're earning in dollars. That's the only reason somebody will convert. The exchange rate will keep moving. Yeah. But once you have shillings, what are you going to do with them? That is the question we must answer. So I think the central bank is well seized with the matter. They know what's going on. They have the tools, and I'm sure at the right and appropriate time, they'll act. So back to you, Jackie. Actually, to Pierre Zinga to comment on some of the questions that came through.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you very much to the panelists. I think this has been very insightful. I've seen 2 questions directed to me, and I will answer them, and then I'll just make one closing remark. First question is, Pierre Zinga, as we hear the affordable houses are being bought en masse by those who can afford and not the documented target Kenyans. Is this true? And how are you making sure the lower middle class and are affording the houses? So first of all, there is a criteria for buying these houses. That criteria is outlined in Boma Yangu. You need to provide us with the requisite documents because the various typologies are being produced based on are reserved for various household incomes levels, and then of course you need to come up with a deposit. I think what you found with the first flagship project, which was Park Road, is that we had 1,370 units, and I had over 33,000 Kenyans paid a deposit. And as you can imagine, that's quite a high demand for very few units. But the only thing I can tell you is that there is a lot of transparency. We were very deliberate on creating trust because one of the reasons why the public resist some good policies, like I believe the housing, especially the housing fund, which was going to give us about 9 billion a month, which was going to turn this country into one massive construction site, was largely because there is some elements of trust deficit. So we have made it very deliberate to be very, very, very transparent. And I urge you, if you go to Park Road, and you find the people who are living there, that represents the face of Kenya. I have matatu touts, what we call matatu stage workers. I had 8 of them walk into my office, some in tears, and they said, we could never have imagined that a time will come where we will be homeowners. We have security guards who are homeowners. So be assured that we have put in enough safeguards. The second question is about what is the plan for police housing. There was a policy change with respect to the police housing. My state department was charged with the building police houses, because of all the challenges with the budgeting and stalling of projects and so on and so forth, we deemed it, and also the need to integrate the police with the society. We deemed that we are going to build very, very, very small percentage of what we call police line housing. So if you look at my budget, I have about 1 billion shillings in the next financial year, which will go towards that. But what we have decided is to give priority to our disciplined forces. So if you, again, I use the case of Park Road, where we had 50% of those units were reserved for civil servants. 40% of the 50% went to the police. So so more policemen now have decent homes, and we have reserved in many of the other estates that are currently ongoing. Now, my parting shot. Perhaps one of the memorable speeches by my boss, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, came during the Madaraka Day of 2020. And I believe at that point, when he stood, And as I mentioned earlier on, we were in the Situation Room and we saw the weight of the nation upon one man's shoulders. And when he stood to speak to the nation, it was a virtual Madaraka Day. He did not, I believe that day, he did not just speak as a commander-in-chief. He spoke as a consoler-in-chief. And I remember that speech so dearly because there were certain things that he said. And I just want to leave you with one part of that speech where he talked about reimagining. And he talked about rock bottom. And, when life has pushed you all the way to the rock bottom, you need to reimagine. Now, we who are in the built environment, we understand that to build a strong foundation for maybe a high-rise building, you need to dig all the way and find a rock. So rock bottom is somewhere we are very, very, very familiar with. I do believe that this particular sector, yes, it is the first one that when there is a crisis, suffers a lot, but it's also one of the sectors that emerges also very fast. And we are seeing that trend. I got some statistics from my National Construction Authority about the number of houses that have been built since August 2017 to May 2022. We have over 262,000 units. We have 2.4 trillion shillings that have been invested through this particular sector. The beauty about this is that it has a long supply chain. We need to stop looking at spending in housing as though it is an expenditure, but it is an investment in ourselves. We can create many, many, many jobs that are so much needed. Is the most topical issue today. We can create small industries that can be supported by our financial institutions. And I believe that is the way we are going to build this economy. The last point, I do believe that a country like Kenya, where we are not endowed with a lot of resources, we are not a resource-based economy. And I'm going to use my background as when I did Accounting 101. They defined an asset. The definition of an asset is a resource you control in which future economic benefits will accrue. So therefore, if future economic benefits will accrue from an asset, it therefore means that our best asset in Kenya are our people. Because we don't have resources, it is our people. And I believe that there is a need for us to have a conversation about how we are going to fund the urban agenda. It contributes about 60% to our GDP, but we have a lot of challenges in our urban areas. The issue of the urban poor is topical. It is an existential risk. And for as long as we don't address that particular issue, I do believe that we are going to have one of the trinities that we spoke about, the political uncertainty, will always be with us because of the many number of people who go to bed hungry, or life is basically not working for them. We need to create a more just society whereby everyone can feel that they have a share in this enterprise we call Kenya. I thank you very much for always inviting me. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, John, and your team. God bless you.
Thank you so much, PS. And thanks to all the panelists who've participated. Alice Njoroge, we have noted your question, and I will be reaching out to you directly to address the issue. I do hope that you've gotten a few answers from this very insightful discussion. I will now hand over to our Group Director, Corporate Banking, Mr. John Okulo, to do the vote of thanks and to wrap up the session for us. Over to you, John. And you actually do have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Jackie. This has been a really amazing morning. Right.
John? I think John has frozen. Mr. Okulo? Okay, Mr. Gashora, I think your namesake has frozen. There he is back.
Am I back now?
Yes, you're back.
Yeah.
I think I'll allow Mr. Gashora to wrap up for us, and then we can go.
Okay, thank you, Jackie. And sorry we couldn't hear John. He was doing a vote of thanks. So my opportunity to do a vote of thanks. I want, first of all, to start by extending my thanks and NCBA's thanks to the to our key speaker today.
Sorry, as technology works, you sit for 2.5 hours listening keenly, and when it's time to speak, your technology fails. My apologies for that. I will only say a big thank you to all the guest speakers led by our guest speaker, Mr. Charles Hinga. You've done amazing stuff at the Department of Housing. What was a dream called affordable housing is now discussed in all corridors and in all sectors of society. Thank you very much for your candid talk and discussion. It's been really amazing working with you and your department right from the beginning of this affordable housing journey. Dr. Mbowe Wagasha, you've always been with NCBA, and when you speak about the success of this economic forum, I think you have been a pillar to it. So thank you very much for that. Mr. Jared Osoro as well. Thank you for your words. I think just to comment very briefly on some of the key items that I personally picked from this discussion is that all the activities that we do today impacts the success of tomorrow. When the COVID crisis hits in, was it March 2020 now, I even forget, a lot of activities took place, government-led with driving widespread vaccination, unprecedented support from government, from the central bank. Mr. Charles Hinga spoke about Kazi Mtaani and all those initiatives. Through that, we're able to sit here today and speak about projecting economic growth of 4.9%, despite the unforeseen crisis in Eastern Europe. And all the activities that are going to be taken today are going to impact the future growth in 2023 and 2024. And I think these projections are underpinned by the fact that the IMF is projecting a slightly higher growth rate than NCBA. Dr. Rose Gugi spoke about some of the key gaps that we have in our economy, and those are the essential infrastructure gaps, particularly in the counties, and the need to ensure that micro enterprises continue having access to credit, because they are really the backbone of economic expansion in our economy in Kenya. And I think Jared also raised concerns on the need to ensure that finance is available and also cost effective. I would really like to thank Mr. John Gashora for articulating the dollar supply gap. I don't think I've heard it articulated so clearly. And I think it's very good that you brought it out and that this forum reaches a wide audience. I think the need to be, the ability to understand the fundamentals behind some of these events allows companies, individuals, and businesses to strategize accordingly. And of course, Raphael Agung for going into the depth and breaking down the basis by which your team has come up with a focus for 2022. Jackie Muhati and your team for putting this event together, and to the 370 customers who are still logged into today's forum, and the many more that are following us on social media, and the others who had to leave earlier. I would really like to thank you for your participation, and wish you the best in the coming days. When we go into our next economic forum, the country will have chosen its future policymakers and executives, and I'm sure that we'll have a very interesting discussion as we analyze the way forward. So with those few words, I would like to thank all the participants once again, and I hand it back to Jackie.
Distinguished customers, NCBA customers, specifically all the other guests who are following us online, our panelists, our staff, our chief guest, leadership at NCBA. Thank you so much for joining us. We truly apologize for running over time by 30 minutes, but this is what happens when you have exciting conversations and discussions. And I do hope that you have picked out some nuggets of wisdom that will help you better explain the dollar next time you're having a conversation. Pick some nuggets from Mr. Gashora. Have a lovely day, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. You may log off at your will. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
and gentlemen, good morning. Let me try that one more time. Good morning. What a beautiful day, right? Okay, am I the only one who thinks it's a beautiful day? It's a beautiful day to be doing some beautiful things today. Thank you all so much for coming here this morning. I trust that you will not leave here the same. Before we begin, let's just set a few house rules. Can we please have all our phones on silent, just so that they do not interrupt our proceedings here? Let's keep the walkway free for camera crew and anybody who's walking up here on stage. Once again, thank you for coming, because today NCBA is going to be setting some very bold commitments for the future and asking you and all of us to hold them to account. So, welcome today as NCBA makes its very bold commitments towards sustainability that, by the way, is not anything new for NCBA. They have been on the sustainability journey, applying the principles throughout their business practices, but today you're going to hear some deliberate commitments that directly affect the issues that directly address the issues that affect us here in Kenya and around the world. The climate crisis that we all know is so real and we are experiencing at this time. You'll be hearing about a deliberate structures that are being put in place here. And once we unveil that identity, it is one that you will see and commitment towards sustainability. And that is what we'll be doing here today. So who are you going to hear from today? You will hear from staff at NCBA. You'll hear from the leadership here. You will hear from stakeholders in various sectors such as energy, partners who are working with NCBA, clients as well, government representatives, and sustainability champions. There's going to be a very important announcement that will be made by the Group MD about that very deep commitment to sustainability, holding them to account. And that is why this is a joint approach. This is a common goal. And so today, NCBA seeks to change the story. And that's why we're inviting you to tweet about it. If you want to do that, please share all of the gems and the insights that will be presented here this morning. Remember to use the hashtag NCBA Change the Story. That's what we're talking about here today. I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming, but I would also like to pay a special mention and thanks to the NCBA Group Chair, James Ndegwa, who's here with us. Thank you very much for making time. And the leadership and staff of the entire NCBA team that is led by the Group Managing Director, John Gashora. Asante sana for being here. And also thank you very much to our chief guest today, Honorable Agostino Neto, who is a technical advisor on strategy and policy to the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. We thank you for your time. Thank you for coming here today. Like we said, this is a collaborative effort, and this is the journey towards changing the story towards the year 2030, when we set some ambitious goals for us. Today, we change that story. And so, as we begin, I'd like you to hear from the NCBA Sustainability Champions on just what this journey means and what are some of the key commitments that they're willing to make here today.
Sustainability is being able to do business today using the resources that we have and making sure we don't compromise those resources for the business that we'll be doing in the future.
For me, sustainability can only be seen through the lens of a parent. I am the proud mama of two wonderful daughters. And when I think about their future and I think about what we're leaving behind for them, it feels incredibly jarring and scary. But I think if we can do a little something today to make their future a little brighter, then we'll have done our part.
We all have a responsibility to leave the world a better place, especially for our children. The effects of things such as climate change are actually very real. And so when we realize how this is important in terms of our businesses and even our own personal requirements and initiatives and commitments,
We must do better.
Sustainability to me means meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs.
Sustainability is knowing that the actions that we have today will showcase the outcomes in future. We are responsible for the resources that we have available, environmental conservation and social equity.
It's been 9 months of incredible commitment from across the board, starting with defining the strategy, mobilizing a lot of committed employees. Over 30 sustainability champions and ExCom stakeholders have come together to really define what does sustainability mean, not just for the world, but for NCBA.
It's been a long journey trying to put this together and trying to generate ideas that will see us go into the future as a sustainable business. So seeing it coming together, being able to use energy efficiently, being able to use single-use plastic, being able to generate resources that can see us do sustainable business in the future is a great joy to me.
We've been able to guide the team on, what's required, what is the world thinking, what's the world agenda, how do we plug into this agenda, and how does NCBA play a better role in terms of leaving our communities much better than we found them.
We are essentially asking the world to measure and hold us accountable. And I think it's bold when we have to go out and say, this is what we plan to do. This will be our contribution to how we run our business sustainably, to ensure that our future generations are taken care of.
The ambition is there to intervene in a meaningful way in the environment, to change the way we do business, change the way we approach our clients and the environment as a whole.
I'm excited just to showcase the tangible efforts of our positive impact in the communities we operate, as well as leaving a legacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to the sustainability champions at NCBA. And that's what it means for them. But now, some very bold commitments. Sustainability, setting strategy, and reporting on it is what I like to think a very vulnerable moment for organizations, because it's making commitments and it's making them public before God and before man, if you like, and asking people to make sure that this is what we said we will do, and this is how far we have gone with doing it. And so that is what they have said they plan to do. But what are some of those very key deliberate steps, structures, commitments that are being made by NCBA here today? And for that, I'd like us to put our hands together for the Group Managing Director of NCBA, and that is Mr. John Gashora, as he comes up to make those commitments. Very good.
Thank you, Yvonne. Good morning, everyone. Let me take the opportunity to welcome you to NCBA. Great to have you here and to join us as we unveil our sustainability commitments for the next several years. Let me just say, as Yvonne said, let me start by saying that we are in code red when it comes to climate change. And I say code red, knowing that each one of us has a story. Obviously, here we are flashing what the newspapers are saying, but I was reflecting on my own story. And when I go to the village where I come from, and I go to the little stream where I used to drink water from, and just look at that stream today, it's really not a stream anymore. It's a patch of mud, essentially. And I think all of us has a story. You reflect back, before we had piped water, people still drank water. Where did it come from? Can you really in Nairobi today say you can drink water without piped water? That's a story. And so today, we're talking about future generations. If we are drinking tapped water or piped water today, thinking about where they're going to drink their water from. And we as NCBA coming together with you to publicly make some commitments about what we're going to do to ensure that those future generations have access to water by doing things sustainably. As Yvonne said, we have done many things as NCBA already. We talk about our current endowments in the ESG space. And one we like to highlight is our work on gender inclusion, where 51% of our staff today are female. And when I speak to the staff, I say 51% of our staff are female, but I do realize there is a pyramid in those numbers. Doesn't mean it's 51% at every level. And the work that we have to do is towards making sure that if we say it's 51%, is at every level. The environment, so far we have worked with partners to plant over 7 million trees, and we'll be making further commitments today. Financial inclusion, through our work with partners to bring to life Mshwari, Fuliza, and other products, we have been at the forefront of expanding financial inclusion in this country to reach the number that we have today of 86%. And then community engagement, we have been supporting youth sports, youth education, and you see some of the examples of the outcomes of the work that we have done, with just this year having 12 kids from Kenya qualify through an NCBA-sponsored golf tour to participate in the World Championships for golf. I think that's something that we are very proud about. And for those who love golf, and I see a few people in the room, for the very first time, we have a Kenyan ranked in the top 100 in the world. Again, thanks to NCBA sponsorship. So again, but that is not enough. But that is not enough. And this year, like we do every year, we come up with thematic areas of our strategy that we're going to focus on. The board sets these as priorities for the year, where they must see tangible change in the way we do business. And this year, one of the areas identified, as you can see at the bottom of the thematic areas, is sustainability. That we must define, we must have a well-defined sustainability agenda and begin to retool our business towards making it that sustainable. So today, that's why I'm very glad that you joined us as we unveil our sustainability strategy. And through this strategy, we aim to catalyze action towards a greener and more sustainable future for the communities we serve, for all our stakeholders, and certainly for us as a business NCBA. And to do so, we have come up with 5 pillars that we'll be looking at strategy through. These 5 pillars are: 1, a pillar to minimize our direct impact of climate and amplify our tree planting program. A pillar to ignite our customers' transition to a low carbon operating model. A pillar to mitigate the impact of climate-related risks to our long-term performance. On the social side, having talked about the things we have done, a pillar to enhance the impact of our community engagement model, and certainly on governance, a pillar to optimize our corporate governance. We're making 15 very bold commitments, 3 under each of these pillars, which is what we are unveiling today. So if I may start with the very first pillar, to minimize our direct impact on climate and amplify our tree planting program. We're making these 3 commitments. 1, that by 2030, NCBA shall be directly responsible for the planting of 10 million trees across the region. 10 million trees across the region. That by 2030, we will fully eliminate single-use plastics and also recycle 100% of our waste by 2030. We will also green our supply chain and transform all our corporate gifting to be sustainable. So the gifts that you get from NCB as our customers, Please, when you get one that's not speaking to sustainability, return it and remind us about this commitment. More importantly, on the second pillar, which is to ignite our customers' transition to a low carbon operating model, we're making the commitment that we will mobilize over 30 billion shillings of green and sustainable financing to our customers to accelerate the transition. So 30 billion commitment that we're making today. That we will, working again with partners, invest in deploying electric vehicle charging stations across the region. This being a very important commitment, because I think people want to buy electric vehicles, but one of the things that's been missing is charging stations. Today, we shall demonstrate this commitment by unveiling 2 for our staff and for our customers that we have installed over the past 1 month. And further, we shall make sure that the knowledge about climate change, the knowledge about the ethos of ESG are transmitted to the public and to our customers by developing a Change the Story knowledge platform to inspire and capacitate the public towards this change. On the pillar, to mitigate the impact of climate-related risks to our long-term performance, again, we have made 3 commitments. One is we are undertaking a complete group-wide carbon audit this year. And once the numbers are determined, we're making the commitment by 2030, we'll have greater than 50% reduction from that number. Greater than 50% reduction for the number of emissions that we are responsible for as NCBA. We will align starting to the 2015 Paris Agreement and reduce our financed emissions by 2030, working with our customers, and we shall do so by embedding thorough assessment of climate-related risks in our lending, investment, and financing activities. When it comes to our community engagement model, we shall enhance the impact of our work by doing a number of things, but we make these commitments publicly. That first of all, charity begins at home. We shall invest to train and ignite our over 3,000 staff to make a difference through the I Change the Story program. And please do hold us accountable. Do hold my staff accountable. We will deploy 100 million annually to support communities in which we operate. That's another commitment, regardless of the budget. That means whether we are budgeting to have a loss that year or not, 100 million shall be committed towards supporting communities in which we operate. And we will champion inclusive communities through regional sport development. Number 5, a pillar to optimize our corporate governance. And under this pillar, again, we're making very publicly these commitments. 1, that we will steer at least 30% of our general services procurement spend to women and youth. We will promote diversity, equity, and inclusion at all levels of operations. And that speaks to the 51% number that I talked about, that this is going to be a challenge at every level, not just at the bottom of the pyramid. We will provide targeted mentorships and skills for women and youth to ensure that they can fully participate in our and others' procurement processes. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the commitments that we want to make publicly. There are many commitments that we are making internally for our staff as well, and that speak to individual staff. They speak to what we call houses within the organization. We are organized in houses, the commitments within the houses, and commitments within departments. And all those will add up to today's sustainability agenda. This is not being done. It's not being anchored fully on its own, because in a couple of weeks, we shall be hosting the Africa Climate Week. And His Excellency has challenged all of us to do something. And I think that's a challenge that not just our president here in Kenya has given us, but the presidents in all the countries we operate, whether that be Tanzania, Rwanda, Uganda, the presidents have come up with bold commitments towards sustainability. And so our NCBA agenda, all strategies should be seen in that light, adding up to the bigger picture. To hold ourselves accountable to not just these commitments that we made today, we are also today signing to the UN Global Compact. And therefore, we will be signing to the 10 principles that the UN Global Compact aims to achieve across human rights, across labor, across environment, and certainly speaking to anti-corruption. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to join us on this journey. These commitments are only doable if all of us, as the community that gives us permission to operate, also join us in this journey. So we're asking you also today to make self-commitments. And these commitments will be that you in your individual capacity, in places of work, in your homes, and in societies where you belong, that you do more to be energy efficient. So you will need to commit on being more energy efficient. The second commitment we are asking of you, like we are giving of NCBA, is that you do everything to go plastic free. That you help in ditching single-use water bottles and avoid products made from or packaged in plastic. Now, I say this knowing that there may be customers of ours whose job is exactly this. We want to work with you. We want to work with you to make sure that even as we ditch the use of plastics, we help you in the transition journey. It will cost money, and we're here to work with you. Number 3 commitment is that you shall be a sustainability champion. You're invited here today because we're asking you to commit to be a sustainability champion, because we know that you can and because you care. Number 4, is very close to my heart, is that you shall be an avid tree planter and grower. I know not all of us have access to places where you can plant trees, given where we live. Maybe you live in apartments, you can plant trees. But I believe all of us know somebody who has a place. And government does have places where we can plant trees. Commit to plant trees. I think you've all heard me say before that it takes, apparently science have shown you need 7 trees to survive. The amount of oxygen we consume in a lifetime is what is provided by having at least 7 trees. So when you leave here, go count the trees that are yours. And if you cannot find 7 that nobody else is claiming, please plant yours. Very important. And lastly, and this is commitment we are making as NCBA because we're going to do it, that you'll also be thoughtful about printing, and you shall opt to store and set documents digitally. And therefore, to our customers, we'll be speaking with you about how we transition. I know we are the ones guilty of asking you to sign a lot of documents, isn't it? So one of the things we want to announce today is we're going to be working with our customers to see how we can adopt e-signatures as a mode of commitment, as a mode of commitments between ourselves. So ladies and gentlemen, those are the commitments we are making, and those are also the commitments we are asking of you to make today. So I'm really hopeful that working together in 40 years' time, our kids will be sitting here with the type of place that we have today, talking about making their own other 40-year commitment. And before I sit down, I'll leave you with one fact that I learned recently, and I think I was with my friend here, Tamara, when we were told this, that all of us somewhere have admired, either in picture, in form, in truth, have admired the snow that you see on the cap of Mount Kilimanjaro, isn't it? We love it, isn't it? Science shows that if we don't do something today, in 40 years, there will not be any snow on top of Mount Kilimanjaro. So you can see why it's called red. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me so that in 40 years, our kids can see snow on Mount Kilimanjaro. Thank you.
To give a warm round of applause once again. Congratulations to NCBA for joining the UN Global Compact Network. If you or your organization have tried to sign up, it is not an easy process. You are taken through the steps and through the motions. And it's not like you are taken through the steps and the motions to become a member of a club and you get an award. You are actually signing up for then people to tell you, hey, how are you doing with this goal and this goal and this goal? So you're actually signing up for an accountability process, but it is a major step. And congratulations to NCBA once again for that. And I think just like we are reminding you all, the hashtag online is NCBA Change the Story, and it is a call to commitment, not just for NCBA, but for all of us in our personal capacities. And we'll be telling you about everything that is here. There is ways in which NCBA has incorporated sustainability from the screens to the gifting. We'll be telling you about that, and we'll also be showcasing a lot about some of those commitments that have been made with those electric vehicle charging stations. It is super accessible to customers. You will all get a chance to see that and be able to experience it and see just how that works. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite next up to speak to us, the group chairperson here of NCBA Group, and that is Mr. James Ndegwa. Let's give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning. The MC was kind enough to welcome me to NCBA, but of course it's for me to welcome you to NCBA. It's my duty, and I'm so glad to see our guest of honor, see our guests, our customers, indeed our management and staff. And thank you very much, all of you, for coming today. You know, when we created NCBA, we looked at various logos, color themes, and so on. And I must admit, I thought this was black. But when I was shown the signage, it was explained to me it was actually brown. And obviously, I needed a different prescription in my glasses. But today, sitting there, I realized actually brown is a more eco-friendly color. And indeed, it's quite appropriate that we have that brown. It gels better with the green. And so maybe this was foresight, which I had not fully understood at the time. But generally, NCBA is about inspiring. It's about inspiring greatness. And today we want to inspire greatness in sustainability. Just because John mentioned kids, as I sat there, I just recall that just a few weeks ago, I was sitting with one of my kids, and they had found a program on National Geographic, and it was done by David Attenborough. He was looking at the effect of climate change from the North Pole coming down until the South Pole, and really, it's just stunning what has happened in a very, very short time. And I then, pondered why are there deniers? How can they deny a reality? John talked about Mount Kilimanjaro, that in 40 years there'll be no snow. Well, I think it's seriously reduced anyway. As a kid, I lived on Kilimanjaro Avenue. That was back in the 70s. And at that time, a lot of these office buildings, there were no office buildings. We could actually see Mount Kilimanjaro across. And it had snow we could see from here. So it's gone down very, very seriously. But then I thought maybe these deniers, they're not denying the change. What they're denying is responsibility. They're denying who is responsible, and they're certainly not taking responsibility for doing something about it. But NCBA is a patriotic, responsible corporate citizen, and we embrace sustainability as among those responsibilities. I think as a board, our role is to look at matters of governance and policy and strategy. And I can assure you that as a board, we endorse the commitments John has unveiled. And our duty now is to ensure compliance, adherence to those. We shall certainly facilitate and ensure that management can do the same. And therefore, I think, collectively, each of us must do our part. I think in our country, we recognize that there are many who live literally day to day. And those single-use plastics and the various other elements which are destructive to the environment are not really, choices are not necessarily choices. They are having to deal with them as a matter of practicality. But for those of us who have, the privileged position to maybe look beyond today to tomorrow and beyond that, we then must carry the burden for others. We must support them in making the transitions necessary so that we all live in a sustainable world. Indeed, damage is severe, and I think for now the issue is to mitigate, to at least slow the deterioration, so that indeed 40 years from now, our kids have a world in which they can live and make indeed commitments to perhaps reverse the mistakes that our generation have made. So I think that's really all I wanted to say. I appreciate all of you for coming today. I endorse what I've heard, and I look forward to hearing from our guest of honor. So indeed, it's my privilege to invite our guest of honor, Neto Agostino. I imagine, I don't know, I've met him for the first time today. Of course, I've seen him as a member of parliament, that perhaps his parents received him into the world somewhere in the 70s, because for those of us who are around that time, we remember when Mzee Jomo Kenyatta tried to handle the negotiations for peace in Angola, and we had the various leaders here, and indeed Agostino Neto was among those. This is a different generation, a very inspiring young man who's been a member of parliament, but now is indeed a senior advisor to the CS for Environment. And thank you very much for coming today, Mheshimiwa.
To the group chairman, Bwana James Ndegwa, thank you for revealing my age. The group managing director, Bwana John Gashara, the executive director, UN Global Compact, Ms. Judy Gino, hope I get that correct. The Basigo Chief Revenue Officer, Moses Nderitu, Engineer Joseph Siror, MD and CEO, NCBA Director of Strategy and Chief of Staff, Louisa Wandabwa, Dr. Luca Belpietro, founder of Marseille Wilderness Conservation Trust, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to be here to represent the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, the Honorable Soipan Tuya, CBS, who has not been able to make it, not because she didn't want, it's because our office right now is a bedlam. Our office is a mess with many things happening with the African Climate Summit. But she did request that me and my colleague Eunice, sitting there, the senior staff at our office, do come and represent her at this particular event because of the level of importance. I hope you accept her apologies and accept that I can represent her in this particular event. Is that okay? I will take back her greetings, and one of the things I will tell her is that when I met the leadership of the NCBA, I was quite inspired because they are both strong to serve and they walk in the light. So I will tell her that this is a group of people to engage with. For those of you who know what I've said, it is. Thank you very much, and yeah, at least that date club catches a joke. I think overall, I have a speech that is written by the Cabinet Secretary, and I will read it. But I really think that one of the things that I'd like to emphasize as a person in charge of both policy and strategy is that the work we do at the ministry is very easy. Our work is to coordinate all the efforts of people engaging in environment activities. So our role is that easy. Just coordinate. Environment, unlike medicine, in medicine, you can't go injecting people. You have to have, but environment, everyone is planting a tree, everyone is recycling. So you can only do the work of coordinating. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting the Cabinet Secretary to the launch of your sustainability strategy. This launch makes part continuum of the climate change related activities and events that curtain raise for the Africa Climate Summit that Kenya and the African Union co-host between the 4th and the 6th of September 2023 at the Kenyatta International Convention Center in Nairobi. And I'm happy that the MD has properly highlighted, actually even shown the brand and the logo. Since NCBA and partners look like you're already climate change compliant with regard to climate action interventions, I'm sure you already are aware of the theme of the Africa Climate Summit, which I will just here state is driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa and the world. Thank you very much, NCBA, for your generous contribution towards the summit. I think I saw the fundraising, the gentleman in charge of fundraising, WC. I saw him here. Yes, WC. I am just confirming that NCBA has redeemed their pledge. And thank you very much for being generous. Yeah, thank you very much. So at least there's a witness. In my other life, the profession where we belong to, you need witnesses. At least NCBA has delivered on the promise. And thank you very much. As a planning team, we're still running low on funds, and we're happy to have any partners chipping in, and the BC and team are here. We'll be happy to have any more support. The summit that Kenya and the African Union co-host in Nairobi in another 2 weeks should interest any financial institution and investor for that matter, and I'll explain why. It's the first time in climate change history that heads of state and government are gathered to discuss, albeit covertly, the climate change development nexus. 2 weeks ago, I had the chance of representing the Cabinet Secretary at the Law Society of Kenya annual conference, and one of the persons was wondering, why are people talking so much about climate change? Why don't you talk about development? And then I was like, oops. I hope you understand that in climate change, there is all conversations on climate change can only be development conversations, because the nexus is so close that you cannot, when you talk about climate change adaptation and climate change mitigation, those are all development issues, and you cannot separate the two. So African leaders and heads of government will also have a chance to discuss the debt distress from multilateral banks that leaves little wiggle room for development finance, which consequently make climate change adaptation and mitigation elusive for Africa. To the extent that African countries are debt-ridden, we do not have enough money that can then help us engage in climate change mitigation and adaptation interventions. The summit that we host is going to be a trade and investment summit, where Africa will be showcasing its resources to the world, the renewable energy resources, the carbon sink potential, the arable land and critical minerals, which we will propose should be sustainably extracted, your word sustainability, or exploited to lead the world to a green growth development trajectory, as we help the world decarbonize with a view to taming a global warming and combating climate change. We will be showcasing Africa as a solution provider to climate change discourse, as opposed to Africa with begging bowls that always we need. This time around, Africa is bringing its natural, renewable energy resource. Our carbon sinks, and we're asking the world, please bring in your capital so that at least we do development in a manner to combat climate change. We'll be displaying our resources with a view to attracting capital and investment across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, when Mr. James Gishora was speaking and he used the word code red, then I knew I was in the correct space and correct place, because the accelerating threat of climate change raises urgency of global commitment to climate transition, including the important role of financial markets in aligning investment and financing net zero objectives. That is why, as a ministry, we are very proud to be associated with the sustainability strategy. I am informed that NCBA is supporting climate action engagements through the establishment of a 2 billion shillings fund to provide asset finance for green technologies, including electric vehicles, as well as providing infrastructure, including charging stations in your branch network. And you've promised that you'll show us some of this today. Actions such as this, in our view as a ministry, is in the right direction, given that we need concerted efforts to combat climate change. Like I told you again, our role as the ministry is just to coordinate, shepherd everyone else, guide you towards what we think is useful. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry welcomes the NCBA's 2 billion Climate Action Fund that will provide financing exclusively for customers wishing to adopt green technology. We call upon other banks and banking-related financial institutions to emulate the NCBA's example. The ministry would also like to encourage the NCBA to be part of the deal rooms and conclude investment deals that will take place during the Africa Climate Summit and beyond. And that's the reason why DBS is here. We have a platform where there's going to be investors brought on board, and there are going to be deal rooms for negotiations. And that's a space that we're inviting you as a ministry to come and negotiate and plan how to help us achieve sustainability by moving Africa forward. There's going to be discussions on green technologies such as solar, hydro, geothermal, and renewable energy. And that space, again, like it's where you want to go, that's where you would like to put in your money. We'd like to encourage you to take the interest in Kenya's climate smart agriculture as well, that strategy, which emerges as a strategic shield designed to adapt to climatic oscillations while nurturing the resilience of agricultural systems and minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. The sustainability strategy commitments that you have shared this morning, and I was looking at thematic areas, gender, environment, financial inclusion, community engagement, and then the particular goals, that you show, minimizing your direct footprints of climate mitigation by tree planting, your carbon models, enhancing impacts of global climate change, and optimizing governance, amongst others. These align with the government's vision of fostering economic, environmental, and social impacts that shape the future, befitting both the present and future generations. So I think we are very well aligned in many fronts. The Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, in our strategic plan for 2023-2027, prioritizes landscape and ecosystem restoration. And you remember the president in December last year launched the 50 billion trees campaign by 2032. We welcome your commitment to plant 10 million trees, and I saw that, and I'm happy that you broke it down. I didn't know that science. I thought you're just a mathematician, that every person needs 7 trees to survive. So if you've not planted your 7 trees, like the MD requested, please do plant your 7 trees. But again, my minister always says, at least plant your birthday. If you're in the 50s like us, or in the 60s like us, you plant 60, you plant 70, and then at least you give up. So we really welcome your 10 million trees plan, and which you commit you're going to do through strategic partnerships. The government's Landscape and Ecosystem Restoration Program has one of its objectives the creation of green jobs for youth and women through propagation of tree nurseries. And of course, like you've shown very clearly that your interventions are targeted towards youth and towards women. And that's why I'm saying we are very well aligned in very many fronts. We welcome NCBA and other partners to buy seedlings from youth and women groups across the country to help us achieve the dual objective of restoration as well as job creation. We, as a ministry, have set up a target to plant 500 million trees at the onset of the short rains this September, by the time it is Christmas 2023. So 500 million trees target. If you're going to do 15 billion trees in 10 years, it simply means you have to plant 4 million trees a day. That's how serious it is. So we've hoped that, between now and the time it is Christmas, we'll have tried to plant 500 million trees. And as a ministry, we can't do it on our own. That's the reason why 10 million trees from NCBA, 10 million trees from another partner. And, and I'm happy that you actually put it correctly, that those of you who have no places to plant trees, we have youth and women in community forest associations. We have organizations that are out there. There's landscapes to adopt that you can actually adopt as a bank, as a corporate, to really plant the trees. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Assembly yesterday, 2 days ago, passed the Climate Change Amendment Bill. We await the Senate's concurrence with the bill, which, if they do, will set the stage for a regulatory framework for the development of carbon markets and carbon trading. You are well aware that the government welcomes public-private partnerships, such as the one that you've fronted by NCBA Group, and like I've highlighted, we are working to develop and implement policies and strategies to tap into the global carbon market opportunities, green and climate financing mechanisms, green bonds, and debt for climate swaps, among others. We believe in forging alliances with various institutions to access global climate funds and attract investments that bolster the efficacy of African climate action projects. So apart from the Climate Change Act that I have spoken to, as a ministry, we're also revising the National Climate Change Action Plan. We also are revising our LTS, which will be launched at the Africa Climate Summit between the 4th and the 6th of September. The action plan accentuates the essence of sustainability while prioritizing adaptive strategies to amplify climate resilience, especially among the vulnerable segments of our society, which again, as NCBA has shown, is part of the people you're actually working with. It is therefore possible to go on and on in drawing parallels. I mean, I wanted just to show that what the NCBA strategy has launched today and what the government thinks about, we are all aligned. And I'm able to show you that, by talking about your tree growing plan, your women and youth interventions, your priority in the green areas. But allow me to implore upon each and every one of us to transcend the role of being observers and become agents of change for sustainable development. For you at NCBA Group, advocating for policies that underpin sustainable development as well as incentivize green investments then becomes paramount. Since if we leverage on your influence across the industry, as a bank and as a group, we will be on our way to shaping a future that serves not only our collective interests, but also the broader aspirations of our society. Congratulations once more on this launch. We look forward to a robust partnership. Let us change the story. Let us inspire greatness in sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Agostino Neto. Well, he was born in the 70s. Perhaps for me, it was a little after that. But for those of you who didn't follow his career, because I was privileged to cover a lot of the work that he has done, couldn't have picked a better person to be an advisor on matters sustainability, environment. Agostino Neto is a well-known equality and human rights defender, very well known during his time in Parliament for pushing for legislation that ensured women's rights, particularly against domestic violence. He also chaired the Kenya Parliamentary Human Rights Association, so he comes a long way in that. And when he is now the one who is advising on that, very good to know, and has also provided strategic advice to help shape policy on environmental sustainability. So congratulations and thank you. We couldn't have a better person that's leading that. And also, please send our very best regards to Honorable Soipan Tuya, who is also breaking barriers in her own right as the first woman from the Maasai community to make it to Kenya's cabinet over 50 years after our independence. Let's give a warm round of applause for that. And of course, for the president for noting that and making that appointment. So please pass our highest regards to her and the entire team at the ministry. We thank you for that. And just to reiterate what you have said, Agostino Neto and John Gashora as well, that this is a call to private commitments as well. So we're asking you right outside, not now, when you leave, think about it. Think what your personal commitment will be towards sustainability. There is a board there, and we invite you to sign on to that board what your commitment is And because it is a spirit of openness, we ask you to leave your name and your organization. I mean, NCBA is here giving some very bold commitments. The least you could do is do that as well. We'll keep that board, and when we meet you the next time, we'll be happy to ask you how far you are doing in planting your 7 trees. 7 for you. But surely you can plant another 7 for your neighbor and, you know, love thy neighbor as thyself. So make sure you do that. But let me just, you know, as we're setting up for our panel discussion that's coming up in a moment, you know, it's about talking about sustainability, but it is walking the talk. So let me tell you a little bit about what's happening here, right? So you see these LED screens? They're using lighting that consumes less energy. The wooden furniture for this event, 80% of the structure is sourced from plants and trees, and in fact has been reused, all right? And wooden backdrops that are in nature sourced from trees and have been reused, like we've said, for several events. And the fabrication partner for this, and that's Wood Not Green, has managed to achieve 30% of women employment within their organization. So like we said, it's about not just NCBA, but partners and stakeholders and holding them accountable. And in this one, that sadly makes me feel very old, so you are not alone, Mheshimiwa. 90% of the event partner employees are under the age of 35, with a large majority coming from low-income areas. So let's give a warm round of applause. I thought it would be important just to let you know in which ways you can incorporate sustainability in everything that you do. And with sustainability, it would seem that for some of us, we may be phased out from the planet entirely as the years go beyond 35. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, remember you can continue to tweet. The hashtag is NCBA Change the Story. Now I would like to introduce you to our panelists. Let's have a discussion now on just what sustainability means and what the various stakeholders are doing in their space. Let's take a look at our panelists here this morning. I'd like to invite them up. First up, Ms. Judy Njino, who's the Executive Director and focal point of the Global Compact Network Kenya. Karibu sana, Judy. Also leading the sustainability and of course the staff here, Director of Strategy and Chief of Staff at the NCBA Group, we have Louisa Wandabwa. Moses Nderitu is the CEO and Chief Revenue Officer at Basigo. Basigo has been doing a lot of work in the EV space, and he'll be telling us about it. We'll be seeing those charging stations. We will take you there for you to experience this one-on-one. And of course, and last but Conservation Trust is ladies and gentlemen. I think, Louisa, to begin with you, let's talk about what sustainability means, but also what those ambitious goals are. And as you're looking at those goals, what will success look like?
Thank you, Yvonne, and thank you all for joining us today. I think in the earlier video, I referenced that it's been 9 months of what one can only say birthing an idea. And for me, what I'm excited about is that sustainability at NCBA is a recognition that in order for us to be successful in the future, it begins with having the right relationships today with our partners, with our customers, and also retrofitting our business internally today to be able to succeed in the future. So today, the commitments that we made are not plastic. We spent a lot of time ensuring that they're science-led. that they are guided by practical ideas, that they are inclusive, and that they're actually going to demonstrate change and have real impact and outcomes for our business and for the communities that we serve. I'm excited that we're holding ourselves accountable. Signing up to the UN Global Compact is not a simple feat. I think Judy here with us will signal that there's a process that's followed. But for us, it's because we want to be held accountable. We want that the mission and the mandate that the board has given us around inspiring greatness, that we continue to live that through how we operate and how we run our business. So we're very excited that this is a very inclusive agenda that's rallying all of our commitments and all of our stakeholders together to deliver.
And the role of the financial sector in driving sustainability, I think falling in the nexus between private sector and public sector. How important is that, and what's NCBA's commitment towards that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think I saw a statistic that was a bit scary, that in order for Africa to be able to make this transition, we need $2.8 trillion, not shillings, $2.8 trillion. I will not attempt to multiply that with the currency as it stands today, but really we're only getting about 30 billion flowing in every year. What that tells you is that there's a huge gap that has to be met. And the actions that the government is taking in terms of what is the role of Africa in this conversation. We're not here with a begging bowl. We understand that we can act as a carbon sink. We understand that we can provide these very needed nature-based solutions to this problem. And as such, we can stand tall, right? And say that we are bringing something to the table. And as NCBA, our part is that initially that 30 billion commitment towards financing this transition, working with partners such as DFIs. I saw my friends from CEDA here, I think they've had to step out, and many others in the community to say, how do we mobilize that capital? How do we ensure that this bridge between the 2.8 trillion and the 30 billion is really achieved through private actors in the financial sector?
You know, financing is key, but also in our journey towards 2030, we've had a few setbacks, as with the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as a couple of other global shocks. Judy, how are we doing now, 7 years to go to the deadline we set for ourselves?
Yeah, thank you, Yvonne. And allow me to just say from the outset, a really big congratulations to NCBA for making this public commitment. At the UN Global Compact, we don't take it lightly because in the lead up to the 2030 agenda deadline, credibility and accountability has to be central to how the private sector comes to the table to provide solutions to the sustainable development agenda. And so, Yvonne, as you've rightly noted, that we have 7 years to go, very short time, and at the same time we are faced with these very many crises. We have, of course, the war that is continuing to rage on in Ukraine, but we are also faced with a triple planetary climate crisis of pollution, biodiversity loss, and of course the climate crisis itself. And so what we are seeing is that we are not actually making enough progress. And we are actually seeing for the first time that on some goals, we are actually reversing back on progress. There's a report that has just been released that is indicating that quite a number of the SDGs that we had already started making progress on, we are actually reversing. And these are goals that are tied to poverty, climate, and hunger. And of course, as we continue on, it's likely that we'll continue to be faced with many shocks. And so the threat is real that we will not achieve the SDGs by the year 2030. But all hope is not lost. There's so much more that we can do as a private sector, collaborating with government and other stakeholders in the country to ensure that in a lot of our goal setting, and it's very good to hear the commitments that NCBA has made, that we actually address the issue of ambition and accelerating action at scale. And there's an important piece here around collaboration, because private sector by itself will not be able to help us, move the needle on the goals. So we need to revise strategy to see to what extent can we also target efforts around the goals that need acceleration, and at the same time ensure that the goals that are left behind, many of them critical to us here in the continent, are also not forgotten. And so we look to also see how the sector, especially the financial services, can also help us bridge, the financing gap, because the challenges are many, but the resources, as you've heard, are limited. And of course, we also have the 100 billion pledge that remains unfulfilled from the global community. But what we are saying, even as we head into the Africa Climate Summit, that Africa is not coming to the table with a begging bowl. We are coming there with solutions. We are coming there to say that we are already doing it. And I think we have very many examples of how private sector is already responding. But what we are saying is we need, action at a much higher scale, and we need to be able to drive ambition. So no longer just looking at incremental steps, but to what extent can we also stretch the levels of ambition within our companies?
Yeah, and that's important. Yes, please do give that a round of applause, because it is important. Don't let me curtail that. But we've understood what the bigger picture is in terms of financing, where we are. But what does it really look like, out on the ground? You are the one working out with the people, conserving the environment. Tell us your story and how that all of these things that we are saying here and pledging can tie into what you are really seeing on the ground.
Thank you, and thank you for having me. Perhaps a little bit of a background. So I studied economics. I did my thesis on wildlife's natural resource in Kenya, sustainable development and environment conservation. It was 3 decades ago. So I guess I was looking ahead and then a little bit of a pioneer. So what we created in the Chulu Hills is something quite special, creating first an ecology, and then we understood that it wasn't enough to address all the needs of the community. And the Maasai Wilderness Conservation Trust then based its services to community on payment for ecosystem services. First with storage and then with carbon credits. And there is a lot of misunderstanding about carbon, so if I can spend 10 seconds very quickly, you can have sequestration. And so I always say it's like a boat. You have a boat that is sinking. You have water in the boat and you have water coming in. So you need to do 2 things. You need to stop that water coming in, and then you need to get the water out. So if you plant a tree, you're sort of getting the water out, which we need to do. But let's not forget about stopping the water coming in, which is a reduction of emission for deforestation. I'm a pilot, love flying. Aviation is 2.5% of carbon emission. Deforestation is between 15 to 20%. So it's so fundamental that we protect our forests. And John, you're absolutely right. I'm Kenyan. Every Kenyan in this room can think about where they come from, where their father come from. Those streams are gone. Think about the Mao forest. We need to protect our forests. We need to plant and we need to protect. And so that's what Maasai Wilderness Conservation Trust does. In terms of electric vehicles, we have been helped by the government. So we have a partnership with Rivian, which was the first manufacturer of electric vehicles, and we are in a financial room here. I can tell you that our cars, Land Rovers, consume, let's say they cost slightly less than $2 a kilometer. A Rivian vehicles cost 15 cents. And that includes the photovoltaic system that we built there. So our cars are zero emissions. We created the first lodge in Kenya, in Africa, that is zero emissions. And I'm here today on behalf of Maasai Wilderness Conservation Trust. And Samson Parashina is a brilliant Maasai, who is the chairman of the board. It was celebrated by UN at Rio +20 with Champion of the Earth. And my partner is Edward Norton, who is UN Ambassador for Biodiversity. Everybody gets excited because he's a brilliant actor. That is zero, doesn't count what it counts. That is a passionate conservationist, and we wouldn't be where we are without him.
Yeah, and just hearing what is actually happening there. And you've talked about, the electric vehicle space and just the amount of that we're able to offset, right? And that's some important work. So that's what's happening at Chulu Hills. But there's also something happening here in Nairobi. And Moses, we can speak to you about the work that you're doing at Basigo. So we've heard the electric vehicles at Chulu Hills. Tell us about what you are doing with the, offsetting the carbon footprint, particularly in the urban transport sector.
Thank you, Yvonne, and thank you for having me here. I think I would like to start by taking you guys back 1,258 days ago. And we got our first COVID lockdown. And what happened to you Nairobians? You were stuck at home. But in 3 days of no public transport, no trucks, no diesel emitters on the roads, what happened? Exactly what Chairman said. Depending on where you are in Nairobi, you could see both Mount Kenya and Mount Kilimanjaro. I happened to go and see somebody at Ole Sereni. It was one of the lockdown hotels, and you could see both. Something I have not seen since I was a young man or a young boy in the 70s. So what was missing? It was 40% of the emissions that happen that actually come from the diesel matatus that ply our routes. And that is where Basico started. So what are we doing? What we are doing as Basico is actually trying to make it affordable. And I think you said it's very expensive to actually acquire an electric vehicle, but we're making it affordable for these matatu operators to be able to acquire electric buses. And one bus in Nairobi, because of all the other great things that are happening in Kenya, our 93% renewable grid, the fact that we charge our buses at night when we've got actually excess power. One bus in Nairobi mitigates around 50 tons of carbon per year. So there's nowhere else in the world better than to electrify vehicles than in Kenya for those factors I'm talking about. And what else, if I take you back to COVID, all of you who could afford went and bought a bicycle or running shoes. Try and today ride your bike or walk in our city. You will have soot on your face. You have to go to Karura Forest to actually do that. But if we could electrify public transport, I am telling you, you could actually do it. And even NCBA, your employees will be walking from here to headquarters as opposed to taking an Uber.
So how are you integrating with public transport? And I also sit in the other space where I report on it, but maybe just to give us a highlight of what you've been able to do with Basico.
So basically, Basico is not a bus operator.
Yeah.
We actually, we like to call ourselves a technology company and a battery financer. Because of the high cost of an electric vehicle, what we are doing is we make it possible for the operators to actually acquire the bus through what we call a pay-as-you-drive or a kilometer-based financing. So NCBA will finance the owner like he finances any other diesel vehicle through asset finance, but the battery on that vehicle will remain on our balance sheet. And what then we are able to do is give them an 8-year warranty and a 600,000 kilometer warranty on that bus. And that bus will come to us every day. So we set up charging stations. Currently we have 3, one public in Buruburu. We've got one in Kikuyu and one in Embakasi, and I'm glad I'm sitting next to Kenya Power, who are my biggest partners, and we're actually looking to do at least 16 next year, and these are public. So that then the matatu operator operates exactly like he operates his diesel vehicle, only that it comes back to a Basico charging point where we actually do overnight safari checks and all the service, we clean the vehicle, and then he concentrates on their business of actually public transport. But anything else to do with the technology risk, anything to do with how the bus is charged and anything to do with the technology that goes into that bus, we then take care of, and then they just continue. And so far we've deployed 19 buses as we sit, and I think the guys in the room, since we're in the right place, I have 200 orders from matatu operators.
Oh, wow.
I'll say that again. I have 200 orders from matatu operators, and that is only in the last 20 days. We opened our reservation list on the 2nd of August, and so far 200 have booked. That's actually more than we intended to bring next year. But since I've seen a nice big figure behind me, what was it, 30 billion? Yeah. We actually perhaps can deliver those, and we start seeing excellent public transport, and that is actually sustainable and emission-free.
Congratulations for that. And you see what you are saying, Moses, and what you are saying, Luca, you will get to experience, because there's that bus that's right outside. If you've never ridden in an EV, today will be your moment. And not only that, you will get to see the charging stations that NCBA has set up for customers. Here, there's 2, right? NCBA Center and NCBA House. So you'll get to see that, and by that, that's something I'm looking forward to doing. You know, does it sound the same? Is it comfortable? You know, all those things that we really bother with, even when we look at, you know, how that works. So, you know, good stuff to both of you, Luca and Moses. And of course, like we say, none of what you do would be possible without a very important partner. That's, you know, energy sector and power distribution. So, engineer, tell us what policies and incentives then exist for those who want to get into this space. We know that the Energy Petroleum Regulatory Authority actually put up a subsidized rate, right, for charging that. But speak to us about the policies and incentives that you have.
Thanks, Yvonne, and thanks to NCBA Group MD for this invitation. Apologies from our MD, who was out of town and couldn't make it. And again, thanks. I think last year we did hold an e-mobility thought leadership conference, and we're also happy to report that NCBA and the Group MD were very kind enough to be our main sponsors. And our partners like Basigol and all the other people in that environment. I think in terms of policies, and because the Ministry of Environment is also here, we have a lot of legislation pieces that guide the country. If I talk about our own sector, energy sector, the Energy Policy 2018, which really is a guiding document and really gave birth to the Energy Act 2019, under which we operate as a company. It gives guidelines, and one of the things it gives as an aspiration is that all the energy that is generated in the country sold is supposed to make sure that the environment is not tampered with. And I think with that aspiration and with many other policies government put in, I think for the last about 15 years, we've had the government, Ministry of Energy, put in a feed-in tariff. The feed-in tariff was kind of a guarantee for people coming to invest in the energy generation on renewable energy to get specific committed tariffs by government. And that also catalyzed that kind of drive. I think in the last, and I was talking to Luca earlier, as a country right now with around 3,200 megawatts of installed generation, we have about 92% of that total being actually renewable and green, if we can so say. And we even have days, like when we have low demand on Sundays, where we are able to dispatch even up to only 2% of non-renewable. In the Energy Act, a whole part, I think part 8 of the Energy Act 2019, gives guidelines on energy conservation, which really is telling the energy sector actors to have certain limits to what they can do, the pollution levels, and so on and so forth. I want to just mention something. And in the energy policy, the one that guides the Energy Act, it actually recognizes that around 69 to 72% of all the cooking energy we have in the country is actually biomass. And it's also an area where we are interested as a company in trying to leverage on e-cooking technologies, I mean, in addition to e-mobility, which we are partnering very, very closely, to make sure that that whole quantum of energy that is used by Kenyans is translated to e-cooking, which is going to be aided, of course, by cheap e-cooking devices. And we have also a lot of partners who've come into the country, and Group MD will be happy to also talk about that, because we've discovered a lot of the areas we take the last mile program, for example, they are still using the electricity for lighting, but do not translate to using it for cooking, still use biomass. So those policy guidelines, I think, are the ones that govern the space we operate in.
Yeah.
And if you allow me, I think on incentives, what else have we got? I know people don't like to talk about the Finance Act, but for us in e-mobility, it was a good thing because one, we got a reprieve of VAT on electric motorcycles, electric bicycles, and electric buses. So when we bring a bus as a CKD kit to assemble here, then that VAT is deferred, so you're not paying it up, and that's good for the cash flow. We also got a recognition of electric bicycles, and the excise was removed on that, and also on the electric buses. So there's a lot happening on that direction, and we are pushing for more to actually lower the biggest challenge, which is the high cost of acquisition. And then over and above that is the Ministry of Transport recently gazetted an e-mobility task force, and they've been given, I think, 6 months to be able to come up with a broader policy which will guide this sector moving forward. So there's quite a lot, and I think I recently, it's not gone 2 weeks without a high government official all the way to the president actually talking about e-mobility as a driving force for the new for decarbonizing transport and actually uptake of energy in the country. So there's a lot happening in the background, and we'll start seeing the fruits of that coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Maybe just you want to, so in terms of, in the last tariff approval we got from the EPRA, we did push to get an e-mobility tariff, special tariff, and it also came with what we call a time of use tariff. So we recognize a lot of charging happens in the night, for example. So it's at 16 shillings per kilowatt hour, but in the night from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., it comes at 8 shillings. So I think players like Basigo, Rome, Steamer Boda, and the rest, I think as we try to configure that and as we partner with NCBA and other partners like this, I think it's an area where government has given us that leverage so that we can really jack the market in terms of e-mobility.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to now start doing our final round of comments. Luke, I'd like to begin with you on what type of collaboration that you see that would be effective, that would enable you to do more, that would enable all of us to be able to do more in our respective spaces. I mean, I think what's coming out here is you can't do what you do without the energy sector, without financing, and without a number of them. But what sort of key areas of collaboration would you like to see going forward?
I'm not sure collaboration will fit our bill because we are off the grid. I think, without being arrogant, what I hope is that what MWC has done and is about to do, and we've been client with NCBA since ever, and it's fantastic the financial service we have been provided. We are making a huge investment to do 2 lodges, one near Mount Kenya, one near Amboseli, that will be like the one that we just did, zero emission, 100% electric vehicles with Rivians. I hope they will become the minimum benchmark where the high-end safari industry will have to catch up and basically have a lodge that is zero emission. I think it's really, if you think about it, if we were in Europe and you would buy an induction kitchen or electric vehicles, you would not solve the problem because that electricity is coming from oil anyway. So I think being in Kenya, this transition to electric vehicles and induction kitchen is revolutionary. We are doing it in the bush, and you can do it at home. Yeah. So perhaps, without being arrogant, being a set of an example that if we did it in the middle of the bush, it can be done everywhere. And hopefully in the safari industry, what we are now creating, and I didn't mention it, but with our company, Conservation Equity, this is a new payment for ecosystem service. We will not have profits. We finance it for financing MWCT. So it would be the very first tourism operation in Africa that will be completely giving the proceeds to a conservation organization.
And that is indeed what sustainability is about as well, you know, giving back and ensuring that the communities in which we work and live and operate are thriving just as much as we are.
But if you want to buy our carbon credits, the RED carbon project in Chulu has been extremely successful. 9 partners for our Maasai Group ranches, KWS, KFS, and 3 conservation organization. And we brought significant buyers in Kenya: Netflix, Apple, Gucci, Tiffany. And I think we have impacted the lives of many, many Kenyans. Last year with the drought. So the idea of a RED project, you need to demonstrate that there is a threat to the survival of the forest. It's called validation. And then you have verification, where you are actually audited, where you're able to address those threats. Yeah. And one is, let's involve the community who is destroying the forest and why. And if we can do that effectively, then we are succeeding. In last drought, we helped 26,000 Maasai kids receiving food at school. And we engage them to say nature pays off. So carbon can really help and impact thousands of lives.
Absolutely, and just leveraging on those partnerships and several of those actors coming together. Congratulations on the work that you continue to do. I think a final word as we go round. Let me start with you, Engineer, as we continue to go. More collaborations, what needs to happen? Feel free to make a personal commitment if you like. You can make it here, and that can offset you signing the board outside.
Thank you. I think on one front, I was thinking actually, as you are being told to make a commitment as you go out. I know I'm in the energy sales business, but you know, RIDE, we have a partner who is coming in. I mean, Honor Company is coming in about a fleet of 70 taxis, electric. We are setting up charging stations with them also, steamer border and so on. So I'm saying, trying to think about how we can ride those kinds of equipment as part of our commitment to offset the diesel and so on. But I think for me, as we sit in this environment, and because we also have government, and happy that the next 2 weeks is to look at that impact and check the incentives for especially pricing. I'm happy the government has now offset a bit of the taxes on e-vehicles, e-mobility kind of equipment. But for us, on the energy sales business and energy generation, is to try and see how we can, with policymakers, look at how energy can become, electricity for that matter, cheaper and more affordable, so that then it catalyzes this discussion. Because a lot of the time people are looking at the cost differential. What am I gaining? As Lucas said, 2 cents to run his units against $2 per kilometer. And I think that will be the biggest gain. As energy becomes cheaper, then we get the e-space going.
Absolutely. Moses?
I like the part of energy becoming cheaper.
Music to your ears, I'll bet.
I think what I would like to say is, as we are moving forward, we can talk about sustainability, but if you cannot make economic sense to the common person, then it will fall on deaf ears. And what we've been able to prove over the last 18 months in a sector that sometimes people shun away from, which is actually the public service sector or the matatu sector, is these guys actually are making more money, and now they're beginning to think, okay, I can make more money and use a sustainable means to make that money, and that's actually a big thing. So for us, what we are looking is to bring more partners, especially in the financial sector, so that we can actually accelerate that, and also just keep preaching this gospel that that moving towards sustainability doesn't mean you're increasing your cost. It actually says you're lowering your cost and giving yourself an opportunity to actually make money for longer.
Thinking long term, yeah. Before you chime in, Louisa, we're coming to questions in a moment, so I know, especially members of the press who might have a few questions. So we're coming to that shortly after this. Louisa?
Sure thing. I think as bankers, we're often accused of being unashamed capitalists. But I think that this particular moment and the crescendo where we've reached, where doing good isn't about, hugging trees only, it's also economically viable. The fact that we've changed the conversation from, the West was able to develop and build its economies, and now we're being asked to do a little differently. Now we're saying, no, we're coming to the table saying that we also want a benefit. And that benefit comes from the carbon credits that Luca mentioned, from the likes of Netflix, from the like of Nike and Amazon, that there's an opportunity for this country to be able to actually develop in a green way and get paid and make money while at it. So I think as a bank, we're excited that we can stand at this nexus of bringing together the innovators like Basigo, bringing together the energy providers, bringing together the carbon credit orchestrators, and create economic prosperity, not just for our customers, but then also for our business. So I think it's a very exciting time. I don't think this conversation could have happened any sooner before the commercial viability was unlocked, as my friends have referenced. So we're very excited.
Super. Judy?
Yeah, so from the Global Compact side, in terms of closing reflections, and as we dash to the 2030 deadline, I think it's important for private sector, regardless of your company size or the sector you represent, or however complex your business is, for you to realize that you can actually make a contribution. And I think for a long time, and especially in this market, we tend to think that sustainability, ESG, and contribution to the SDGs is an agenda for the big boys, but this is not the case. Everybody can make a contribution, and the beauty of the SDGs is that the challenges are actually disguised business opportunities, and I think Basigo here demonstrates that very well. I think for us, looking at how we can accelerate action is also to see how can government continue to give those policy signals to enable private sector to invest in sectors that would be critical for us to bridge that gap. So for us, I think the support is there for any company that is trying to make sense of the sustainability agenda, trying to figure out where do I start. The goals are many, the challenges are complex, but the support is there. The support is available to help you understand what your entry point or your starting point is, how to go about integration, how to ensure that the entire business is aligned, because we're no longer talking about CSR, meaning after you've done everything else in the business, then you can throw a few coins there. We are talking about how do you align the entire business, from your governance to your culture, to the way you report, and to the way you also interface with different stakeholders. So I think it's critical for us to really look at this agenda as a business imperative and one that has real returns on investment, but we also want to see government helping to provide the right signaling to private sector and other players to help us really scale up action.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Stay here with me. Any questions that we have from members of the press, this would be a great moment to do so. We are willing and open to take questions. And I say the question could also be to the speakers we had a little earlier. Any questions? Going once? This must be really good. We must be really, either we've understood nothing, or we've understood everything and we're good. Listen, this is not the last time you'll be interacting with NCBA as they make these very bold commitments today. There will be many opportunities and we will be there. I mean, I know you announced your half-year results yesterday. There will be the full year results in another 6 months. So there'll be moments there we'll be taking a look at this bold financing commitments that have been made, not just this year, next year, as the years continue. And I think, like John Gashora said, even when it is a loss-making season, you are going to budget that in. That is one big promise, and we look forward to seeing how that is actually put into practice. So thank you. There being no further business with this panel, I want us all to please give them a round of applause for the work that they're doing in their respective spaces. Thank you all so much. You may take your seats. Thank you very much. Our best regards to where you're coming from. And so, you know, we've heard and seen about those commitments that are there. I promise at the next one, it is an NCBA notebook, but at the next one I will have no paper, I promise, because some of those commitments include opting whether you want to print it or do you want to store it digitally and send that as well. You will remember the invites to this event were all done digitally. So, you know, it's all about walking the talk and like Judy said, incorporating sustainability throughout each and every aspect of your business. It's no longer just the side department. It's no longer just the thing that you do at the end of the year. It's coming to Christmas. What have we done? Oh, perhaps we could, you know, parachute in and out of a particular community and trying to do that. But it's about financing that. It's about you know, and starting, you don't have to do all of the goals. I mean, I think, you know, Judy always says, pick one and get started. And then you will find that it gets easier and easier. And nobody actually does all of them. Well, if you do, fantastic. But it's about making very commitments and holding yourself to account for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to that moment in time. You you know, what's one of those without a real huge launch moment? So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to focus your attention on our screens now as we formally unveil NCBA Changing the Story.
Thank you for being an integral part of the NCBA family. Together, we have achieved incredible milestones in building a bigger and more impactful business. I am immensely proud of what we have accomplished. Here at NCBA, we have identified sustainability as a key priority for our organization. It is more than a goal. It is recognizing that our license to operate is granted by the communities we serve. As a brand whose purpose is to inspire greatness, we have an opportunity to catalyze action towards a greener and more sustainable future. We believe that a sustainable future is a better future for everyone, that collectively we can chart a path forward to a more resilient society that can navigate the challenges of the future. That is why we're unveiling our sustainability commitments, our commitments to drive change and invest in our collective future. Through financing green projects and e-mobility solutions, we are doing our part to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Our internal operations are also being retrofitted to reduce waste, enhance energy efficiency, and reduce our carbon footprint. We continue our tree growing efforts with an aim to grow 10 million trees by 2030 and contribute to the regional agenda for nature-based solutions to this pressing climate crisis. But we can't do it alone. We believe that everyone has a role to play. That is why we are committed to working with you, our stakeholders, our customers, and indeed our communities. We've made significant progress, but there's still work to be done. So join me in changing the story by committing to do these 5 things. 1, becoming more energy efficient. 2, ditching single-use plastics. 3, becoming an avid tree grower. 4, thinking before you print. And 5, becoming a sustainability champion and evangelizing to your community. Together, let's build a culture of responsibility and impact that leaves a legacy for generations to come. Join me and change the story. A sustainable future starts by doing good today.